3 more laps.
Whoa,
oh, trouble!
And around goes Brad Keselowski off of Kyle Larson into the wall. Slamming on the brakes behind him. Everybody gets by. Contact, I believe, with Kyle Larson. Sent Keselowski into the outside wall and spinning. Just that much. Makes contact.
Yep.
And Keselowski did not strike the outside wall until just then. Into the safer barrier. And
Austin
boy,
Dillon.
Shades of last fall at Talladega. Under caution, Austin Dillon gets in the back of Kyle Busch.
Boy, right across the nose almost of Matt Kenseth's number 20 car.
Exactly, and of course that splitter digs in, that front end just goes airborne, and up the track he goes. How he missed those other cars, I have no idea.
Now, race director David Hoots,
actually how they missed him,
has told the drivers and teams this will be the caution that was planned for lap 25. Because we will go through and work with him there. Oh, and McMurray goes around in front of the field.
Huge wreck.
Paul Menard is in it. Clint Boyer is in it. Menard is hit by Casey Kane. His car is all torn up. And McMurray bounces off the wall, pulls away. There's Tony Stewart. His car stopped. There's Menard.
He just starts taking out cars left and right.
Biffle got into McMurray, but did Joey Logano give Biffle a shove into McMurray?
There's our champ, Kevin Harvick. He got damaged. Danica look at her come through here. I don't think she ever makes any contact with anybody. No, she doesn't. She's clean.
Kyle Busch almost missed it. He got it in the left front. And Menard got hit about 4 times.
Yeah, the biggest thing Carl Edwards said even before last year ended, he wanted to be a better teammate.
Oh no, Austin Dillon, Ricky Stenhouse pile up in turn 4. And we are under caution again as Kenseth brings them beneath the yellow flag. And Danica Patrick to pit road.
Yeah, he just, it looks like he may have lost a tire, Larry, or something might have happened to the car.
Well, remember, a lot of damage on that 17 car from that last wreck, so that very well looks like what happened.
Yeah, I mean, the car just starts to go with him. It could be aero, you know, the car did have damage. You're up in the pack like that, or it could have been a tire, it could have been anything, but he's definitely 7-2. Whoa, here goes Stewart around into Biffle.
Tony Stewart goes around. And caution waves yet again.
More cars.
Kurt Busch and Greg Biffle, a hard hit there.
And the answer to your question before that restart? No. I guess we
get the inside wall hard.
Greg Biffle pounded the inside wall, but he wants to drive it home. Let's have a look here. And Kyle Busch on the outside. Watch the 18.
Oh, looks like the 18 and the 14 made some contact. Looked like smoke kind of drifted up in front of Kyle Busch, and they made a little contact, and that turned to 14 right down the hill.
Jeff Gordon, another near miss. And Kurt Busch all torn up. Not sure he could even see the 16.
Yeah, and where he hit
off the wall here. Pow!
Where the 16, I guess the 16 or 4, I don't know which one hit at the end of the wall. I think the 16 did. Right where that wall curves out just a little bit is right where he hit it.
Left side of your screen.
Darrell, did it look like the way that the 14 Tony Stewart went across the front of the 18, he just got loose right there?
It did, Larry. I'm not sure they made contact, but the air off of the 16 is what sucked the 14 around, and that is an incredibly hard hit. My gosh, I'm glad. Oh, and then here comes.
Yeah, neither could control their car, and I don't think either one could see.
And we're down to a minute and a half here, so we're running. I mean, it's not going to be many more laps.
Denny Hamlin goes to the top of the chart with Austin Dillon.
Got one sideways.
And around turn 1 in the wall. And that is Reed Sorensen.
I think it was that quarter panel and the damage he had to the rear of that car that probably caused that accident. Ooh, it looked like Boyer started to go the inside and then shot back to the right, and when he did, he clipped the back of the 44 of Sorensen.
Hard to tell from that angle if perhaps Boyer got turned by the car behind him.
Kind of hard to tell. These two guys were mad at each other leaving pit road.
Couldn't do it. And live, we have trouble with Danica Patrick.
Work their car, guys. Who hit me?
Back there, and here comes Denny. I think Denny dove out from behind her. She didn't realize he had moved out from behind her. She started to go left, and he was there.
Annette tries to go high, and I believe he had a push from behind. And got tangled up in it.
It was Kenseth. Oh, my gosh. I don't know how he missed that.
And Kyle Larson in 42 just as well. You know, the thing about Danica Patrick, Michael Annett, and Jeb Burton, as far as headed into the duels tomorrow, by no means are those three drivers safe on speed or on.
Dale Tony Stewart go to the high side and fall. Oh, smoker, turn one. That is Casey Mears right in front of Stewart. Right on back.
I'm surprised, but I'm happily surprised. Oh, no.
Spinning and headed toward the inside wall. Johnny Sauter through the grass, smashed up nose, pounds the wall on the outside. We're back under caution.
Oh, no, that's too bad.
Sauter was on the bubble. He was running 16th in the final transfer spot. And A.J. Allmendinger's all torn up. And he and Allmendinger get together.
Wow. I think that was, I think the 43 of down on the bottom there kind of forced Allmendinger up into the, they just kind of all accordioning it up right there.
And remember, the grass is still, the earth is still damp from all night rains here Tuesday night. So it's still very soft. And that splitter just digs in and ruins the front of the car.
See what happens back in here with these guys. I think it was just a combination of unfortunate events.
You know, right before Johnny Sauter in 83 moved down, Kyle Larson in the 42 in front of him moved up to the high line.
Yeah, there's just when the car starts.
And into the wall, Trevor Bayne.
Good grief.
The 2011 winner had just taken over the bubble spot when he found the wall and slides down to the apron at turn 2.
In the 42 car, clean, but the car just stepped out. I mean, when he went into the corner and he turned into the corner, that thing just stepped out with him. It got loose and away it went.
And what he meant, his teammate Ricky Stenhouse Jr., he said the 17 car, that's exactly what Stenhouse Jr.'s car did in the Sprint Unlimited the other night.
Just watch this thing. I mean, he's going down here when he turns in the corner, it just gets loose on him. I mean, I'd say that's aero as much as anything, just not enough rear downforce there getting in the corner.
Kyle Larson was lucky not to get collected in that.
And Darrell, that's the same 4 tires that Trevor Bayne started the race on. They have not changed the tires on that 6 car.
And this is about when, I mean, your tires have got to be pretty well used up at this point.
All right, Bayne has made it back to pit road for repairs. 3 cars out of the race, and Ron Hornaday gets the free pass. Outside. Whoa, around he goes.
Hold it down, straighten it out. Gas.
Reagan sliding back.
Gas.
Just barely caught the. Oops. Contact with Justin Allgaier.
It appears that he and Allgaier made some contact. Got to look at it again, though, because I'm telling you, when they're in a position like Allgaier.
Crash. 3 cars pile up. Bowman sideways. Dillon involved. Cornish, the yellow car, slamming into the wall. And we're back under caution. Jeb Burton. Nope.
Yeah, I don't.
But it all started. Jeb Burton and Sam Hornish got together, and Bowman was just a victim.
No.
Yeah, well, he mentioned something about the 11. I think he said didn't need going on the outside of the 11. I think you want to take a look at all that.
He's out of the race. Now, David Reagan, remember him? He will get the free pass. That double wide pack in front. Oh, treble turn 3.
Reckon. Go low.
Brian Scott, Danica Patrick,
back it down. Get out of the way right
and Bobby Labonte Here comes Austin Dillon and David Reagan to shoot through.
He was just far enough back. He didn't get involved.
And I tell you, David Reagan has had a charmed life. I know he wrecked his car early, but he's had a charmed life ever since. And this does not bode too well for the 10 car.
Darrell, I don't understand this. I know they're all racing hard for the best possible finish, but they were all in the show.
Yeah. I've never understood the mentality of a race car driver.
Bobby Labonte's car all torn up. And we're under caution with 3 laps to go. Let's have a look from the Goodyear blimp.
All right, guys. See what happened here.
Right in the middle.
Danica. Mike Wallace on the bottom. Denny Hamlin behind Danica. Give her a little shot there getting in the corner, but it sort of, it's just in that spot. It's what Kevin Harvick was so upset with Joey Logano about. You can bump me some places, but there are some places you can't.
Now, Mike, pit road will be open. We're over a third of the way.
Top 20 since the restart. Stewart in the wall. And now Matt Kenseth got bounced into the wall. Everybody scatters. Yellow flag.
Stewart has. It makes your car get loose. And Tony tried to correct. Ryan Blaney was there. Michael ran into big.
He was trying to get down so his time across the next section would not result in a penalty, but in section 1, that's where the trouble was. Now he has trouble getting to his pit box.
Yeah, a little kiss right there. You can see the damage on that right front.
Yellow caution, crash, front straightaway. Justin Allgaier.
Down.
That was well back of the lead draft, and
He had a pretty big pack of drivers coming at him. Barely get by. Eric Almirola was all the way down in the grass in that 43 car.
tough way for the young Illinois driver to finish the 500. Green, Logano, Harvick, Earnhardt, Boyer, last lap.
Guess what? The race is getting ready to start off turn 2. It's all on from there on.
Car smoking back of the field, drops back out of play, 3 wide. Big cluster coming off turn number 4. Smoke, trouble, way in the back, but here come the leaders.
The question is, are they going to throw the yellow, or are they going to let them race back?
7, 8 car pile up in the back straightaway. Caution is out.
Joey Logano.
Keep coming. Just stay on the gas. Back straightaway. Stay on the gas. Coming to easy here. They say roll out of the throttle.
It's over, boys. It's over.
Middletown, Connecticut's Joey Logano wins the Daytona 500.
Daytona 500, guys!
That's in the 1 and 2. Start off in the back straightaway over here. Let's see what happens.
4 wide. And Austin Dillon tips Jeff Gordon.
Yep.
And it's on.
Right in that spot where it didn't take much.
And as they kept wrecking and more cars kept coming into the crash scene, NASCAR had to throw the caution.
3 wide. You got help. Line help here. 2 wide. Finish. Forward. You got it.
Look at him work that wheel.
And there goes Austin Dillon around. This time will put us under caution for the 2nd time today, and this one will be charged to the number 3.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt who brought this caution out.
I don't know about that, but anyway.
He was running 32nd.
Man, and it's wet.
Oh boy.
Down in that grass. He's going to be lucky if he can get that. Yeah, he's going to make it. The left rear tire. Yeah, it looked like probably they didn't get that cleared away enough. Some of the loose sheet metal probably cut it down again.
Brought out the caution. Austin Dillon cuts. And that's what happened to Hornish's car.
Sam says, man,
wrong place, wrong time.
Had to take a wave around, got back on the lead lap, and then then that happened.
Yeah, he would have been the free pass talking about Sam Hornish Jr., but he will not be able to receive that now, I don't think.
On both this and the prior caution.
Exactly.
Had that one been charged to the number 3 instead of just being a debris caution. And I understand the ruling, especially after Andy's explanation, because a lot of time they'll call a caution for debris, but it's not as evident as it was this time where that debris came from.
Joey Logano on the 22 jumped to the outside to take advantage of it.
That's very reminiscent of what happened here.
Oh, around
trouble.
goes Hamlin.
Oh,
and
no.
right in front of Boyer, and into the wall hard goes McMurray and Jeff Gordon.
Not again. Jeff's car is destroyed.
It's 2 weeks in a row for Jeff Gordon being involved in a late race accident.
And what do we say about these late cautions that kind of lead to cautions? It's just the aggression that comes out in these guys and gals when they get late in a race.
Well, we've talked about it all day. Trying to get all you can get on the first couple of laps on brand new tires.
Exactly. Let's see if we can determine what happened.
Now here comes the 78 up the middle. Denny Hamlin up there against Carl Edwards.
It's a 4 car there. Harvick on the outside. 22 Logano up top. Come off the corner clean right here.
Whoa.
Hamlin just spins out. The car just came around with him.
Nowhere for Newman and 31 to go. You see Clint Boyer in that 15 barely squeaking by.
Boy, but did you see Jeff Gordon? He almost had that wreck cleared, and he caught the front of McMurray's car there, and that turned Jeff down the hill. Well, look at Harvick. He's struggling right there, and then here comes Hamlin. He just spins out. Now, watch this. Here comes Jeff Gordon coming. Bam. He almost
had it missed.
Almost had it made.
Jamie McMurray got him, and then he hits the inside wall as well.
Those are hard licks, man.
Everybody scatters.
With that happening that close to the front of the field, we're very lucky we didn't have more drivers involved.
Yes.
We had enough as it was.
You see Hamlin there.
I
Now,
think
Truex didn't cause it, but might that have taken the air off of Hamlin's spoiler?
Well, you know, the spoilers are 2 inches shorter this year than they were last year, but boy, Jeff hit that inside wall, and that's concrete where he hit it, right past the safer barrier. Jeff did hit that inside wall where the safer barrier actually ended.
Well, now, Atlanta added over 130 feet of softer retaining walls in different places for this race. But Jeff Gordon, this is about the 4th time in the last 3 years that his car has found an unprotected hard wall.
As I watched those cars might come off the corner, you saw Kevin Harvick get a little squirrely. His back end got out a little bit, and then right behind him, Hamlin just spun out. It's almost if there was something on the racetrack there. But then Jeff, who got clipped by Jamie McMurray's car, the 1 car, he went hard into that inside wall right past where the safer barrier ends.
But gosh, Jeff Gordon, I remember it at Las Vegas. He found an opening and hit it. At Richmond, his car spun out of control in the backstretch. It hit it. At least at Watkins Glen.
Yeah.
A really hard hit. Under caution for a 4-car pileup at lap 257. Johnson's inside.
Look, I know it's a minor little thing.
Trouble, turn 4.
Holy
Caution is out. Caution is out. Big wreck at 4, like big wreck.
Greg Biffle was sideways and everybody ran into him.
Oh, my gosh.
That's Ricky Stenhouse and Kyle Larson. Regan Smith.
Greg Biffle, a lot of damage to the rear of that 16 car. Tony Stewart, damage.
You know, it goes without saying. Cautions breed cautions.
Now, Clint Boyer trying to be way up high and out of the way. Could that have bottlenecked turn 3?
I'm thinking it could have.
There's Boyer. No, it's in front of him.
He had nothing to do with it.
Joe Nemechek and Biffle get together. 16 and the 34, and then everyone else piles in.
Just a big chain reaction.
Yep.
So that absolves Clint Boyer of any blame. We're looking back
Still coming. Big run.
as everybody rushes in.
Easy. He's going to come up. 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 Let's drop it down.
Biffle and Nemechek get together there. And nobody can check up in time.
No, Boyer got hit from behind by the 17 of Stenhouse. Appears Boyer's just trying to make it to the end. I mean, he had an engine problem. It's down a cylinder, just trying to get to the end.
He was just a victim.
Yep.
A cloud of smoke, and here they come.
Yeah, we didn't have a wreck this big in the Daytona 500 last week.
Well, it's too bad for a whole bunch of guys. Joe Nemechek doing a nice job today in that 34 car. And
10th caution flag of the day. Stenhouse car has stopped at the entrance to the garage, and Ricky climbs out. Red flag. Jimmy Johnson wanted a caution flag. He didn't want to be the caution flag. Here's what happened.
it's about the most dreaded sound a driver can hear.
Now watch Johnson behind him. Jeff Gordon gets in the back of Jeb Burton and turns Burton into the wall.
Yeah, Burton was slowing down. And
5th caution flag of the day.
Yeah, this does not put them into a window to make it to the end, but here's the reason we're under caution. Jimmy Johnson in that 48 again.
yeah, you hear the tire just goes down. I got to think something's cutting that tire down.
Hit it again, guys.
I know he's got damage from that earlier wreck, but
A tough day for Jimmy Johnson in Las Vegas. Carl Edwards hanging tough on the bottom right behind Earnhardt. But now he's locked in. Oh, car bouncing off the wall.
Yeah,
that is Kane.
Casey Kane
As he battled Edwards.
And Truex in the 78 is going to take advantage of that, go to the inside.
They're not done yet, guys. They're not done yet. That's Carl Edwards going around.
He's going to
Behind you, inside.
save it. Almost. Oh, my God.
Caution's out. Caution's out.
I think there was a lot of motion going on between Casey Kane and the 5 and 19 of Carl Edwards. They were not.
Right side down.
Kane was not happy with
We get lit
Edwards.
up here.
And it all started in turn number 4 when Casey Kane got up against the wall. And then everybody
If you go back,
scrambled.
let's take a look at this, Mike, because I think you're going to see some Casey Kane not happy with Carl Edwards. Here, Carl Edwards on the 19 on the inside. He goes up right there. He forces Casey Kane in the wall, but it's not over with. Watch Kane. He comes down on him. Here comes Martin Truex in the 78 on the inside, but when they get down here to the corner, I don't think these two guys were real happy with each other, and bam.
That tipped Denny Hamlin.
Got Hamlin a little
Edwards
bit too.
almost saved it right here. Tempers flare as we ride with Clint Boyer.
Keep coming. He's spinning down. He's spinning down. He's spinning down. It's going to be fine. Right on the bottom. Get low. Don't get to the apron, though. Just stay low. Stay low. You'll be fine.
Finally gets in line just ahead of his teammate Earnhardt.
Dale Jr. cut him some slack. Whoa, Jimmy Johnson got into the back of, I think they were slowing down and Jimmy didn't realize it.
Caution was out at the start-finish line. Everybody woed up. And there's some damage to Keselowski's Ford.
Yeah, everybody was slowing down except if.
Now, this is not the caution flag, but let's show you what happened to Jimmy Johnson, to where he got freight trained by everybody on the inside here.
Gets into the back of the 2 car of Keselowski. That turns him a little sideways, and by now the caution's coming out. I'm not sure if I think Brad Keselowski knew the caution was out and Jimmy didn't.
Looking from Casey Mears back at Alex Bowman and Trevor Bayne. Bayne way up the hill and into the marbles, and we're under caution.
I'm not sure if the contact from Bowman caused that or not. Could have.
As Bayne went around. Spin, turn 4. Ricky Stenhouse spins and almost comes down in front of oncoming traffic. Caution flag number 2 at lap 22.
That's the thing when the cars are so bunched up like these after these restarts. Somebody just bumps you a little bit, gets you up out of the groove. It's dirty out of the groove. There's a lot of rubber and dirt up there, and you just spin around.
Watch the 17, middle of your screen.
He didn't even get a bump there. He just looks like he maybe got down that corner a little too hard, got on the brakes pretty hard, and got the car out from under him.
But we've seen that so many times over the course of the weekend here.
I think it's just a product of maybe trying to charge the corner a little too hard, got on the brakes and locked it up and spun it out.
Slam into the wall, turn 1, and that is J.J. Yaley. After contact from Denny Hamlin. Under green, along green, Martinsville looks like the world's fastest conveyor belt. Joey Logano, Denny Hamlin were having a tough time fighting their way through traffic. Jeb Burton and Mark were double wide with Sam Hornish. So let's go back half a lap or so and show you how all this developed. There's Yaley on the outside of the leaders.
Logano in a 22, he gets down in front of you, ahead of Yaley. Yaley fights back a little on the outside right here, but I think this is when he and Hamlin start to make a little contact right here. And it very well may have cut down the left front tire of that 23 car and caused it to go straight into the wall right there.
So J.J. Yaley was the first car 1 lap down, but since he brought out the caution, there will be no free pass.
Mike, a similar issue for Newman that Jimmy Johnson has the car 2 free.
Brett Moffitt looks like has brought out a caution here. No, he was trying to avoid Alex Kennedy, who spun at turn 4. Just out of our view, up by the exit gate there at the 4th corner, is the 33 of Kennedy. He was 37th. There he is on the inside, the blue car going around. There may have been a little bit of contact from that black car.
More than likely. But as I look at the corner exit there, turn 4, let's see if we can see who gets.
Matt DiBenedetto.
It's like DiBenedetto got into him a little bit and got him around.
And what we first saw was Brett Moffitt swerving to miss him. There's Moffitt, hoodless. Way up the hill, Stenhouse in the wall, turn 3.
Hard lick.
Tough day for Ricky Stenhouse. They're holding, no caution as yet. Stenhouse, and there it is.
That's the 3rd caution that Ricky Stenhouse in that 17 has brought out.
Might be the last one for him.
Just another long day for these Roush Fenway boys. They just can't get their act together.
Stenhouse brought out the caution at lap 22, lap 164, and now at lap 206. That will benefit, I believe Danica Patrick will be the free pass car.
Right now, Greg Biffle in the 16, running 20th best Roush car.
2 Roush cars together. You're riding with Trevor Bayne. That's Stenhouse in front.
Oh, that thing just never turned. It looked like it did a little, started to the left and then shot right.
Hit the wall pretty hard up in 3.
Pounded it. Look at all that debris out here, all that rubber buildup out here. That's what you get on your tires if you get up out of the groove much at all.
These teams have almost 30 laps on their tires, so I think pit road will be a pretty busy place here.
Logano goes around and up toward the wall with Michael Annett. Don't believe Logano hit the wall.
I don't believe he did. I don't see any damage on the car. I don't see really any damage on either car.
And that's our 8th caution flag of the day, and we're not even to halfway.
Oh, Logano's not happy with Annett, I can tell you that.
And vice versa. Excuse me, 9th caution flag. These two look welded together right here.
Oh, you see what happens if 46 gets loose, and he just starts pushing 22 up the hill. Once you get up there and get all that debris on your tires, you're just along for the ride. He did a nice job of keeping it out of the fence.
And Michael Annett, one of those 5 drivers that stayed out with 18 laps on his tires.
Look at that roof flap. That is a nice piece of driving right here. Look at those rear tires spinning just enough to keep that thing from backing into the fence.
Let's ride through this one with Trevor Bayne in the number 6 Ford.
Inside 20 with 11 on his bumper. Just be patient. Check up, check up, check up. Coming down the hill here. Watch him coming down. Stay down, stay down. Yellow's out, yellow's out.
Oh, boys. Easy.
Oh, Truex trying to thread the needle there, and Boyer to the inside, 3 wide into the corner. Is that going to work?
It never does, but they got away with it. They
Somehow
got away with it.
Wow.
Somehow they pulled that off.
I have no idea how they did that. That's not supposed to work here.
And Gilliland, turn 1. Around goes Casey Mears, Paul Menard,
Yeah.
and the 51 of Justin Allgaier.
Allgaier just now.
That was about a 9-car pileup, except 6 drove away.
Junior's
Dale
car.
Jr. was not one of them.
It's got bigger problems with the shifter now. The whole nose is caved in. That's going to require a radiator and everything else. One of those days for the 88 car.
See what happened here, Darrell.
Yep.
There's a lot of people involved in the start of this one.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of cars wadded up, and they just start accordion, and when they do, it just starts backing up until somebody spins somebody out, and then it's just bam into each other. Paul Menard's car, 88 car. Here comes Dale Jr. Bam, right into the back of the 27.
Keep coming. Keep coming.
I think the first caution, the first contact was between David Reagan and Casey Mears. Let's ride with Trevor Bayne.
1. Yellow, 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 yellow.
Well, he didn't see anything. It was all clear.
Clear out there. Warn your mirror. Still outside.
13 car, Casey Mears
Big
around.
wreck behind you here. Clear.
I'm not sure how loose he was when David Reagan got to him, but that appeared to be the first contact, and this was the last.
Yep, destroyed the radiator, the oil cooler, everything in the front of the car.
But this is a product of something that has plagued them a number of races, broken shifters being at the back of the pack.
He didn't have to fight Edwards too hard going into the corner, knew he could beat him out of the corner. Turn 3.
What a melee that is. Cars over the curve up against the wall. Race cars everywhere. 42 car, Regan Smith getting righted and going again. I don't think he has any damage.
But how lucky he is, Darrell, because he had about half the field coming at him. They were going high and low, just splitting him.
I think he made it unscathed.
He was in 17th. Here you see him.
Yeah,
let's see what happens.
It's just too many cars. It's a cluster of cars going down in here all together.
Well, a 46 gets tipped and gets up and over the grass.
Yeah, he goes
back
up
on the
grass,
track.
comes out and into the 31 car of Newman. There sits the 42 right in the middle of the racetrack. Everybody coming at him and nobody hits him.
Yeah, Smith had already spun when somebody jacked up the 46. Well, he got into the back of Danica. Not sure if he had any contact from behind. There's a little dent there, and there goes Kurt Busch. Let's ride with Trevor Bayne. He was right in the midst of it. There he is going by inside of.
Yeah, he gets off in the grass here, and
that's why
he nails the back of the 46, drives him right back into the 31, across the curb. Holy smoly!
I thought off-road racing was on a different channel today.
Why did you have to say this was mayhem? March Mayhem.
Because it is. Turn 1. Michael Annett had been fighting that car for a while. This will be the 13th caution flag. Remember, he bounced it through the grass down in turn number 3 after contact, trying to avoid
He's had
a spin.
The 46 has had an eventful afternoon, I have to say.
Wow, locked it up and hit pretty hard.
Guys, fuel-wise, this puts us where we can make it to the end. I think 2 drivers, this is a huge benefit for this caution.
Danica Patrick under Boyer, a bold move right behind them, and around goes Menard right in front of Patrick. She swerves and misses him. Almirola and Biffle are not so lucky.
What a heads-up job Danica Patrick and that 10 did.
That was smooth, man.
Jimmy Johnson involved as well.
See if we can see what happened here this time. Who ran into who? Somebody did.
Yeah, let's watch Paul Menard on this one. Is that Menard?
Yes.
Okay.
He started blocking a little bit.
Whoa.
And then right there, he just shot into the back of Joey Logano, and then around he went.
Darrell, was he trying to get eager there to try to stay up with Joey Logano because he had McMurray up pinned on the high side, just like what you see here?
I think so. He tried to get in there to be able to close that gap. But watch Danica. Watch how quickly she reacted to that. I mean, she could have plowed right into the side of the 27. Thought that was pretty heads-up driving right there.
Let's ride with Eric Almirola.
Yeah, there was nowhere for Eric to go in that 43.
I'm not sure, Carl. I think Carl's got a tire problem.
Yep. Joey Logano goes past. Lapped cars moving. Whoa,
Yeah, there
around he goes.
I think the right rear tire is flat.
Right over here.
And that's caution flag number 15.
Not the caution that his teammate Denny Hamlin, that 11, wanted to see.
No, or Carl, but I think he's definitely got a tire flat. I think it's the right rear.
Lap 433 is the 15th caution.
He doesn't even, does he have a right rear? He doesn't even have a right rear tire. Where'd it go?
It's gone. And he was 6th at the time.
Oh, I know. And it just all of a sudden.
It's on there, Darrell. It's just not
barely,
doing any
yeah,
good.
It's a black wall now. I didn't see a tire up there. I said, well, where'd it go? You see him go in the third turn over here, and of course the tire's flat. Got it, got it, got it. Now I don't have it.
Let me get Michael a segue for his grid walk there. Alex Kennedy, the race's slowest qualifier, was running 42nd when this happened in turn 3.
Right in front of Casey Mears in that 13 car. He was about 2/3 way up the racetrack. Just came around with him.
Yeah, lock her down though, son.
So the first caution of the day flies at lap 30.
And as Tony Stewart put it, when you catch somebody, you have to go where they're not running.
Right. Caution is out for the 5th time tonight at lap 250. And that's Michael Annett with a lot of damage to the right front.
South Martinsville is bad.
Oh. 2 races in a row.
Well, Darrell, with that caution, the 2-tire strategy worked out for Matt McCall and Jamie McMurray.
Isn't that something?
A.J. Allmendinger will get the free pass. There's heavy damage to the right side of Annett's car.
Killed that thing.
He was 31st when this happened.
You can see the car just takes off. It's got tire. It looked like a tire may have gone down on that car the way it shot up the hill.
Harry Scott Racing adding this second team for 2015, teammate to Justin Allgaier. And that's a lot of damage to fix on pit road.
It really is.
Oh, in the wall goes Justin Allgaier.
Wow, the left front tire looks flat on that car.
And we're back under caution at lap 260. So just 10 laps between caution flags as the Gator bites the wall pretty hard with the right side.
Sunk his ship.
You know, that looks just like the damage to his teammate Michael Annett's car.
Yeah, very similar. And I know that I saw the left front tire looked like it was pretty soft. I'm not sure if the wreck caused that or not, but no, see there, he just takes off exactly like his teammate did.
Allgaier was running 26th. Here's a look from the Goodyear blimp.
Bam. Yeah. Just definitely a tire. It's the worst feeling in the world, man, when you're going down into the turn and all of a sudden that thing just goes straight right. There's nothing you can do.
And down the front straightaway, Keselowski and Logano crash together.
And I'm not so sure that lap traffic did not cause this. We'll have to take a look at it, but that's sure what it looked like.
I haven't seen teammates wreck together in years. I think the last time was a couple of Hendrick drivers.
And think about it, Joey Logano, 7 top 10s. Brad Keselowski, 6 consecutive top 10 finishes.
And that's serious damage right there. That left front tire is towed way in. They got chassis damage. A lot of damage to the rear of the car.
See the replays, this may look a little ugly here. We're going to ride with Joey.
Oh, Brad.
Easy there. Sounds like we're going to need to pry that splitter forward.
Brad just got loose. Brad got loose off the corner there, turn 4, and got into the wall, and Joey had nowhere to go.
Yeah, Keselowski was trying to work his way around Alex Kennedy. Not a lot of room to pass here. There was enough. Kennedy gave him enough room, but
I can't really lay any blame on much of anybody other than that 2 car just jumped out from under him. I mean, the thing got loose.
But how many times have we seen that this week?
All week. I mean, from Friday or yesterday, I've seen that a number of times by the best drivers in the business.
they finished 1-2 here in August. They were battling for third when this happened.
Really nice start by Kevin Harvick on that outside. That has not been the way to go, but he might make that work. Maybe not.
Boy, Edwards got a big run in that 19 off turn.
Whoa, no, trouble.
Johnson in the wall after contact from Busch. Here they all come, everybody on the brakes. Chris Buescher piles in the back of Danica Patrick. Alex Bowman goes around, and you see how quickly this speedway clogs up when things go wrong.
For sure, but you know what? With all that happened, I don't think anybody got any serious damage.
Yeah, for the third and fourth place driver to have that happen, a miracle we didn't have a big crash.
A couple of cars got run into. Danica got spun around there, but I swear I don't think anybody got any serious damage.
Jimmy Johnson, Kurt Busch. Let's see how this happened.
Yeah, well, you got the 41 and 48 going down the back right here side by side. 41 just pushed up into the 48 of Jimmy Johnson, and the 41 goes around in front of the field, and watch these guys scatter. And other than Danica getting spun out, it was pretty much just a couple of cars getting spun out.
Let's ride with race leader Carl Edwards.
Still there. Still there. Still there. Yellow, yellow, yellow. They're wrecking behind you. 41 slip.
And with Clint Boyer.
Keep it coming. Keep coming. Keep coming. Low, low. Middle. Get up. Good job there. Not get run over.
That's way too close for comfort.
Yeah, and he had to keep going or he gets run over from behind. So what an incredible job by Clint Boyer.
Back it out. Back it down. We got a wreck up here. Back it down. Okay, stay up high. Keep coming high. They're jamming in behind at the bottom. Go way high up by the wall. Way high up by the wall. All right, come on. Outside. Clear high behind them. All clear. Good job. Keep coming. Stay high. All right. There you go.
Mike, that caution, a huge break for those drivers that took that wave around.
What happened? Here's what Kurt Busch said.
The front just was plowing big time. I don't know what happened. And then the rear end jumped sideways.
And Casey has to hit pit road.
Whoa, Jimmy Johnson just turned Jeff Burton. They both go around. Turn one, Burton in the wall. Johnson spinning to the bottom. And Harvick spins into David Reagan. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my. Of all the things that could happen.
Jeff Burton had been taking up a lot of racetrack. Jimmy Johnson may have got a little impatient. And now, 4 cars are wrecked.
But Jimmy Johnson had got way behind, and those leaders were not far behind him, about a straightaway behind him, but a lot of damage to Kevin Harvick in that Ford.
Let's see what happened here, guys. That happened so fast. Right down the front right here, and I think you might be right. It looks like, I think Jimmy was just trying to make a pass here. He got down underneath of him. That's Jeff, but yeah. I think Jimmy's a little frustrated with his car and that accident, and he wasn't running like he had been. He had a shot at winning this thing, got that taken away, and Oh, Jeff Burton. By the way, has been in a lot of situations, precarious situations tonight.
Just
and look,
bam.
Nowhere for Harvick to go.
My
David Reagan's
goodness.
sitting right in the middle of the racetrack.
There's the start of it. It carries down toward turn 1. David Reagan all piled up, and I'm curious to see how Kevin Harvick, unable to get around as the others leaders did.
You know, I think he could have been in a blind spot right behind those cars in front of him. Let's see what he sees.
Back it down, back it down.
See, can't see, can't see, can't see.
Right here, easy.
That's exactly what it was. He was right behind Matt Kenseth, started to go low. When he came out, there was the 18 car.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I couldn't stop.
It's interesting. I love this place. It's one of the things. Oh, gosh, the 42 just got in the back of the 40 right there going down the front straightaway.
And Landon Castle pounded the wall.
Oh, my gosh.
Head on and hard.
Larson wasn't sure which way the 40 was going to go, and he pounded and hit him.
Lap 367. 8th caution flag. Now, Castle was the last place car in the race and was nowhere near. Here, he's moving around. Looks like he's okay. He's moving around in the car. He has not yet dropped the window net, which is the signal to the safety workers that he's okay.
That was a hard lick, I can tell you that.
Now the net's down. He's taking the steering wheel off and getting ready to climb out. There's the damage to Larson's
car. Yeah, you can see right there where Larson got into him. Larson was closing so fast. Take a look at it. Come off the corner here. Looked like Larson started to go the inside. He saw the 26 of Jeff Burton there. He started back to the outside, and the 40 was there, and he clipped him. See right here, he said, okay, I can't go that way. I got to go this way. And there was a 40, and he clipped him. And what an impact. Thank the Lord for safer barriers. Thank the Lord. The 26 was there. The 42 of Larson was going to go down on the inside. He saw the 26, and when he went back outside, he clipped the 40 and turned him into the wall.
You see that barrier move and deflect a lot of the impact, helping Landon Castle to be able to climb out of that car under his own power.
That hurt. Safer barrier or not, that hurt.
These steel and foam barriers designed to deflect on impact but not throw the car back into traffic. Well, he's lost the lead on the final lap 8 times.
But you know what? I like his attitude. He said,
turn 4. McMurray got pounded by Josh Wise. Boyer ran into him. Here they come. Danica Patrick gets turned in turn 4 again. This time she keeps going. And against the wall is Michael Annett.
Oh, my gosh.
Don't know what happened to McMurray's car, but it's almost like he just stopped and got pounded. He blew a tire, we're told.
Wow.
9th caution flag, lap 473. 2 cars ahead is the 1.
Keep going.
So Wise and Boyer were just victims. Right along with Jamie Mack.
Oh, you heard the tire pop.
Easy now. Keep digging. I blew a tire.
Wow, how quickly things change.
And there's just nowhere to go. You're running so close together. You're running so fast. There's no stopping distance at all. And if anything happens, you're a part of it.
Now the 11 will catch Ricky Stenhouse right there. Stenhouse hard on the brakes, and then Annett gets into Eric Jones. That's Josh Wise sideways on the racetrack.
The accordion effect. It just backs up, back.
Biffle, another near miss. The last time we had one in turn 4, he just got by. Chris Buescher drives through.
He just can't be held up very long, though. He's got to get going. He can't ride behind this 3 and a 24 very long.
Trouble!
Oh,
back straight away. Pow! Inside, outside wall.
No.
Allmendinger and Kane.
Oh, no.
Casey Mears gets caught. So does Martin Truex. A great night for A.J. Allmendinger.
Wow.
Until now.
Dadgum. Casey Kane, Allmendinger. I mean, these are cars that were contenders.
That started midway down the backstretch, and they ran each other into the inside wall and then the outside wall.
See what started this. You see, here's the 5 back here. 14.
Tony Stewart right in the middle.
Looks like the 14 got into the 5 and shot him into the 47 of Allmendinger, and it was on from there from those two. But then I think they come back up in the racetrack.
Oh, yes.
Right there. And here comes
Casey Mears.
Casey Mears. And here comes Martin Truex. Here comes Brett Moffitt. Wow. Oh my. This gives you a pretty good overhead right here.
From the Goodyear blimp.
You see where it starts, and the cars go down the inside, and of course they come right back up in the racetrack, right in front of Casey Mears.
And that banking self-cleaning. Down they go.
Down the hill he goes.
So back to the Kurt Busch situation. We talked about he was going to need a caution, but the laps are winding down now under caution.
Yeah, he only picked up 1 spot on that run there, and now he's going to have to restart on the inside. So not sure it's going to work out for him, but.
Casey Kane out of the car. He is okay.
But Carl, I think, come on, you might be able to make it. Nope, not quite.
Kurt Busch shoots free of traffic. Tony Stewart gains 3 spots. Up the hill goes Edwards. He's in the fence.
Oh,
he's plowed into by Kurt Busch.
Are you kidding me?
Stenhouse gets turned around. Edwards is a mess.
Are you
And here they come to the
me?
caution flag at lap 493.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, Kurt, he had a head of steam, and there just was nowhere to go.
Couldn't stop. No, he couldn't stop. And Carl was down on the bottom, and he just got loose and walked up the hill. Pretty serious damage to the 19. And 41 is killed.
Let's sort this out, Darrell.
Yeah, I think you'll see Carl. He just carries it down into turn 1 pretty hard, trying to clear Jeff Gordon. See what happens here. He gets loose, get a little loose getting in. He's trying to get up in front of Gordon. Can't quite make it. Tries to stay off of Gordon, and the car catches and shoots in the outside wall. And here comes Kurt running wide open.
Well, when Carl got loose, how close he came to getting Jeff Gordon's left rear.
27 and 51 spin to the inside. You're riding with Carl.
Still out there.
All right, looking down from turn 1.
He's a little bit loose before he got to the corner. Looked like he was trying to turn the car down, and Gordon's on the outside of him, got him a little bit loose before he even got to the corner, and then Carl just couldn't hang on the car, shot up the hill, and here comes trouble.
Allgaier and Menard spin to the inside.
2 guys that have had great runs tonight.
Yep.
Kept their nose clean. Bam! I mean, hit him a ton.
Sam Hornish got turned around, the number 9.
What a miss. That right there, my friend, is the Bristol Stomp.
And it all happened so fast.
Yeah. Watch Carl just a little bit right here. Just a little loose when he got down there.
And there's the damage to Kurt Busch. So now we have 13 lead lap cars.
That's right, Mike. He had to restart 30 because of that loose left rear wheel, having to come to pit lane twice there.
Spinner
Nope,
back
and we
straight
got a
away.
spin.
Car in the wall. And that is the 32 of Joey Gase. Now, Gase was running 3 laps down in 40th position. And it might have been contact with Eric Almirola.
Let's see if we can figure this one out.
Well, Almirola was a lead lap car. Joey Gase was 3 laps down. You do the math.
Not too hard to figure, is it? Push, push, push. A little more push.
Well, not only was Eric Almirola a lead lap car, the leader was not far behind him.
That's yikes. Gosh almighty.
How often does she do that, though? A lot.
A lot. Saw that at Martinsville, Bristol.
Well, as Larry pointed out, and there is the impact on the safer barriers. Safer barriers added at Richmond, and tire packs borrowed from Virginia International Raceway added to some of the inside wall areas here to attenuate impact. There were 4 cars trying to stay on the tail end of the lead lap. Danica Patrick, you saw, and Eric Almirola, along with Justin Allgaier. And Austin Dillon had just been lapped, so he will be the free pass car.
And again, Brad Keselowski in the 2
Yellow's
still staying out
Yellow's
there.
Out.
Clear, clear, clear.
There's the caution at lap 270.
And Kurt Busch just had passed Brad Keselowski to get back on the lead lap. So that's 3 drivers on the lead lap right now.
I'd say these tires there are probably pretty worn out. That's a long, long green run right there. I think you'll see Moffitt blows a right front tire. Trying to turn and just won't turn when that tire's down, and plus you pick up all the debris.
Now, he also said Trevor Bayne got up and into the wall. There's his number 6.
Yeah, he got into it pretty good here. There's a lot of right side damage on that car. I thought he was going to try to make it to pit road, but he stayed out.
Now, Moffitt, who was on the lead lap most all day until they had that problem on the prior pit stop, and he got caught and lapped. He's now in his pit. Goes the 51. He paid the price on that one. Allgaier to the back. Trouble! Around goes Tony Stewart, turn 1.
I think he made contact with Dale Jr. and cut a tire down.
Caution. Tony Stewart spun coming down the curving front straightaway. There's a little damage on the right front of Junior's car.
There was a lot of shaking and baking going on in there. I'm not sure who got into who, but there was definitely contact, and I think that's what happened to Stewart. I think we'll see he might have a tire cut down. They're back in here. Yeah, right back here is the 88, and you see right there they make contact. Actually, I think Tony might have gotten into Dale Jr., and that's what cut the tire down.
Watch how close he comes to catching that wall right there.
Yikes.
Oh, wow. He may have just skimmed it, but I'm telling you, he was headed for it in a hurry.
Too close.
They were just coming down the front straightaway here, and we've seen it time and time again. They've made it all day long, but this time it just didn't quite have enough room, and right there, almost like they zigged and zagged.
Boy, as he spun, his right rear almost gathered Dale Earnhardt Jr. in 88 with him.
Look at these guys. Everybody scatters, and only one car incident. Hard to believe.
You know, sometimes I hate it when you're right. About cautions breeding cautions.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know at the end of this race.
That may be why it won't run. He may just have to try to keep RPM in it and see if he can't limp it around here.
Stewart's going to lose another lap here.
He's already got the window net down. Apparently it won't crank or pretty serious damage. I'm not sure what the problem is.
Let's ride with Denny Hamlin.
2 out to 25. 2 back, 2 out to back, bottom of 3. Bottom of 3. Bottom of 3. Watch this 14. Watch out, back. Clear hot. Watch your outside.
Darrell, Tony's car never looked like it was really in the racetrack. The car was just sliding around a little loosey-goosey all the way down that. We call it a straightaway, but it's not.
Yeah, he made serious contact with the 88 right there. And I think, man, I don't know. I can't tell.
right in front of Chase Elliott in that 25. See Denny Hamlin, we rode with him a while ago. He's having a checkup.
Paul Menard behind him. Casey Mears locks it up behind him. Just kissed the wall coming by.
Brushed it.
Stewart's going to climb out.
Gained a couple of spots by making it work.
Yeah, but he might lose one if he's not careful.
Caution is out. Last year we had 3 caution flags in the last 50 laps. Now that's Jeb Burton. J.J. Yaley qualified that car. Burton's own car failed to make the show, but he started the race in this number 23. So let's have a look at the restart and see what happened.
Want to see some blocking?
Oh yeah.
Let me show you what blocking looks like. 22, here he comes. He's got a run on Jeff Gordon. Run him out of run, run him out of room, run him out of room, and finally had to let him go. It's kind of one of those, you play a little chicken right there. Do I force him, force him, force him? I guess I got to let him go. Uh-oh.
And Jeb Burton going around for
like off the bumper.
Off the bumper of that blue car.
Again.
This time it was Sam Hornish who got in the back of the 23. Top of your screen. Danica Patrick had to avoid another one.
Another one.
Darrell, it seems today if you got a yellow bumper on your car, you're a target.
Hit me here. Does it say that back there somewhere?
I'm not sure. All right.
And right now, Sam Hornish Jr., and we've got a caution, I think.
Trevor Bayne down at turn 1. He spins and looks like Michael Annett and Michael Annett piles in and Justin Allgaier to Trevor Bayne's spin.
Mike, that was inevitable. I mean, those guys they're pounding on each other.
So there's the whole H. Scott team. 2 cars involved in that one. It looks like Bayne has the worst of it. Watch the number 6 coming off turn 4 here.
Right back here, and looks like Trevor tries to move up.
Yep, Michael
46, and that was there. Hits that inside wall hard.
And Annett gets tagged by his teammate Allgaier.
Allgaier was right on top of him and ran the back of the 46. It's just so hard, man, when you come off a corner 2 or 4, it's so hard to clear that guy on the outside, man. You're just never quite sure, and wasn't enough room.
Well, you see the damaged cars as we're under caution for the 5th time today. Brian Scott sitting up on the wall and waiting for the ride to the care center. Kyle Busch was lapping Brian Scott, trying to move to the inside of the 33.
Looked like just from what we saw here they come back here into turn 3, and it looks like Kyle just gets in the corner really hot with that 33 on the outside, and he got into him.
Right front failure to me of some sort,
yeah,
because Kyle isn't going to go in there with all that momentum and carry those 2 cars that hard in the outside wall. Brian Scott was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Kenseth had an issue. There was some radio chatter about something maybe with Kyle's right front. Maybe that's what materialized there. We're just guessing, though.
Yeah, no, it's all, Michael. It's the same thing. I mean, he went in that corner, and the car looked like it didn't really ever turn, or he was going to be in trouble.
That time, the lap time of Jimmy Johnson, the leader, Martin Truex Jr.
Whoa, trouble on the back straightaway. Boyer got into the back of Denny Hamlin.
Around
goes Hamlin.
Hamlin's going to clean off the banking. And now the 41 car is in trouble going into turn 3. Kurt Busch off the wall, and miraculously, all those onrushing cars at 160 miles an hour all missed Denny Hamlin.
I'm not sure why, but Clint Boyer just ran into the back of Denny Hamlin and turned him.
6th caution of the day, lap 386.
Not a good day for the Gibbs boys. You'll see back here, Mike, the 15 right here. He gets up under the 11 car and just gets into him, and it sits Denny Hamlin sailing right here. He loses it. I thought he had it, but he got down on the inside and must have got dirt, trash on his tires, and back up in the track he went.
Miraculously, everybody missed him, but further down track, Kurt Busch spun up and into the wall.
Oh, boy. Cautions breed.
You see Hamlin.
That's how Kurt Busch got involved in the 41.
Hamlin had to steer so hard to get away from that inside wall that it turned him around and into the outside.
Yes, sir.
Gosh. And everybody misses. There's the choke point of this track right there. Turn 2 under the bridge.
Ooh, man. The 41 car just barely hit the back of it. Enough to turn him around and into the fence. Everybody's scrambling here. Scrambling to miss Hamlin.
We've seen a lot of accidents right at that spot. One where Greg Biffle's car got all torn up.
Oh, trouble in turn 4. Trouble. 13 car
Casey Mears.
He was slow and the 16 car got into him.
He got tagged by Biffle and then got caught up with Allmendinger. Caution with 2 laps to go.
Wow.
I think you've said it before, Mike. This changes everything.
Don't engrave the trophy just yet.
Well, you know, I told you old Miles had been taking a nap. Well, he woke up there just a little wee bit ago, and he is hungry.
I'm sorry. Don't chisel anybody's name in that trophy just yet.
You'll see right here the 16 car Biffle on the outside. 13 smoking up here. He's slow, and Biffle just gets into him, spins him out. And then,
Mike, this will be the first green-white checkered that we have had here in a spring race in a long time. We've not had one at all in the last 10 spring races.
But doesn't it make you sick to run all day long? I mean, here you are with 5 or 6 laps to go, and then you have all this trouble, and you end up like you'd never even been here.
Well, all Mears was trying to get to do was get to the finish. So was Austin Dillon down on the apron. Kurt Busch ran a couple laps down on the apron.
I think he was actually trying to get up out of the way. The 13 was. He was smoking. I don't know what his problem was, but then Biffle just came in there.
But how many times, Darrell, do we see a lap car trying to get out of the way, puts himself right in harm's way?
Yeah, I mean, Casey Mears, he didn't have any options. There was traffic below him. He was just trying to move up the hill out of the way, and it didn't work.
7th right now, and Denny Hamlin, you saw the bold move he made to get to 8th. Oh, Ricky Stenhouse.
Trouble on the right front, looked like.
Second caution of the day. Lap 69. Stenhouse was 17th, and he pounded the wall.
Boy, he did.
Eric Almirola will get the free pass. 26 cars on the lead lap.
I got really sideways down the back straightaway, and it lost all brakes going in the tunnel.
Sound like there was some contact made between he and
Stenhouse trying to make a pass here. That's Casey Mears, the 13 just ahead. Now this is going into the tunnel turn.
Yeah, what he did was he was going to try to dive under the 13 right there, and the 13 kind of came down in front of him. Looks like he got on the brakes to stay off the back of the 13 of Mears, and it got him loose and into the wall. You'll see here he's going to cut to the bottom right here. Really, Casey Mears didn't really do anything wrong. He's right in the groove. I just think Ricky was going to try to maybe do a crossover move on me or something. It just didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like Stenhouse just got totally loose on his own.
I think he got on the brakes really hard, Larry. He saw he was going to maybe make some contact with Casey Mears. Got loose.
Now this is at turn 1.
Oh, he's loose there already.
And Mears is going to pass him. And he tries to retake the spot at turn 2. Cross under move like you were talking about earlier. But
I think that was his plan, but the thing was just too loose off of 2 and really loose there in turn, or off of 1 and really loose into 2 and just lost it.
And then Stenhouse said he lost the brakes, and we didn't see the wheels locked up as he was headed toward the wall, so that's possible.
But Darrell, that thing looked like it got loose about the point you'd be pretty heavy on the brake. Just
with 6 victories as Kurt Busch and teammate Kevin Harvick go side by side for 13th. Alex Bowman goes around. and just missing him. I think that was Josh Wise. So caution comes out again at lap 94. And Larry, will this open the pit stop window?
Well, it doesn't really open the window.
He was really coming on the outside. There's Junior going by. And there might have been some contact between Brett Moffitt and Alex Bowman.
I would say when he clears out of that smoke, that 34 car might have had a little something to do with that.
Let's go up to third place and take a nationwide inside ride with Dale. Nope. Sam Hornish in the wall with 100 miles to go. Caution is out at lap 121.
He's got a right front suspension broken. It looked like the left front tire was down when I first saw the car, and then he hit the outside wall, and then you see the right front is broken the upper A arm, it looks like.
Hornish was 22nd and was on the lead lap. Here's a look at it down at turn 1, the fastest part of the racetrack.
See the smoke started to come out of the left front, and then the car just went straight into the wall.
It's a very hard hit.
Yes.
Brief flash fire there.
We've seen a few left front failures today for different reasons.
Now the window net's down. He just took the steering wheel off as he talks to the safety workers on scene. AC Mears Ty Dillon in to get enough fuel to go the distance. Whoa, Kozlowski. And the 34 of Brett Moffitt.
Boy, they scattering right there.
Yellow flag, lap 129. This will be the 6th caution of the day as Moffitt tries to get going.
Gonna have to take a look at this, see what happened between. I don't know if there's contact between him and the 2 or not. 2's got damage on the right front.
Let's have a look.
Kozlowski on the outside of Jamie McMurray, and the 1. Yeah, the 34 gets up in that real loose gray stuff, can't go anywhere, and Brad's already committed to the outside, and he makes pretty serious contact with the 34 car.
And Darrell, did it look like Brad just got so high that finally he got into that loose stuff and he couldn't do anything either?
That's exactly what happened. You pick that stuff on your tires, and you see the 34, he's up there in the gray dirt, can't go, and here comes Brad right behind him. He can't turn because he got trash on his tires, build up on his tires, and gets right in the back of 34 Moffitt.
Moffitt was 30th, 1 lap down. Here's a look from Brad's onboard.
Clear low. Inside. Hold on to it here. No caution inside. Caution. 5-1.
Kozlowski was 10th at the time.
Trying to make something happen with this damn car that won't run. We're down the straightaway.
Now that is unusual. Very seldom have I heard Brad Kozlowski complain about his car. Man, there's all kind of things going on there down this front straightaway.
That's Jamie McMurray in the 1 diving to the bottom, and Danica Patrick goes for a ride into the turn 1 wall.
Yeah, we saw smoke coming from her car.
It's almost like she maybe cut a tire down.
Caution at lap 135. The right rear is flat, and she was 11th. Now Jimmy Johnson gets pinned up against the wall there, side by side with Matt Kenseth. Had a little bit of room.
Yeah, a little bit. It got a little contact there. I don't think it hurt anything. And we saw this 10 car going down the front here with smoke, a little bit of smoke trailing, and the car goes around. And Larry, I think you're right. I think it's probably maybe contact with someone, cut a right rear tire down. And when you're all bunched up like this and you got Jimmy bouncing off the wall and somebody's rubbing up against your left rear, your right rear, the 22 car, he's got some damage on the right side. It gets crazy. The last few restarts just these guys go crazy.
David Gilliland will be the recipient of the free pass.
I don't know how much damage Logano's got on his car. He's got some.
Now before the spin, here's Danica, top of the screen, coming off turn 3.
Yeah, it gets pushed up right there. Pretty hard contact. You saw the car really bounce off the wall. You see the smoke coming from the right rear right there. That's what cut that tire down.
Yeah, quite a bit of damage to the right side of that car.
Danica's made her way back to pit road where they'll try to make repairs.
As a matter of fact, it's funny you mentioned that. Isn't this where that Joey said something about who wore the fire suit in the family?
This is it.
Whoa, Newman and Allmendinger get together.
Oh,
hard
no.
in the wall goes Newman.
Man. Guys.
And both these drivers were having great runs, especially Ryan Newman.
They were battling for 7th.
Car's destroyed on the back.
That's a shame. As Larry points out, great run for Ryan Newman today.
Yep.
And Allmendinger had fought his way up into the top half dozen. And they were battling for 7th.
You just run so close together on these restarts, and you're all bunched up, and there's just no room for error. See Allmendinger down the inside there. Allmendinger just got a little wee bit loose as the Newman was going around on the outside and wiggled and got into the left rear of Ryan Newman and sent him in a wall. Right there.
8th caution of the day. I think Kyle Busch lucky to get away from that one by diving to the inside. Same with Kurt Busch. Here's a look at it in real time. You'll see how fast things happen. Fastest part of the racetrack.
You just watch that 47. It just wiggles a little bit, and it's just enough to get him up the hill into the side of the 31.
Yeah, Ryan Newman, one of those drivers fighting and clawing to stay in the top 16 in points.
That led the most laps in the last 4 races. Truex restarted 9th. He's now 14th.
Uh-oh. Kyle Busch got turned right on the front straightaway. We stay green so far, and they're splitting him left and right. There's the car.
Yeah, the car is killed, Larry. The right front tire is just, I mean, it's knocked all the way into the engine. And this is what I was saying a bit ago. They cannot afford a DNF. They've had 2. They can't afford any more. This really is a big blow to that team.
All right, watch the right-hand side of your screen. There's Kyle.
Oh, the car just gets loose, and he can't catch it. He got a little bit loose under his brother there, Kurt. You see him here that gets a little loose, and when it does, it just snaps back to the right.
Boy, it just came real close to actually taking his brother, Kurt Busch, in that red 41 out.
Yep.
They were battling for 5th place. Here it is in real time.
I think that's just a product of
that right there gives you a great idea how much that safer barrier moves when a race car hits it.
Yeah, I think also, Larry, it's just a product that the track is green, and there's just not a lot of rubber on the track, and the car got a little loose, and it just snapped to the right. Nothing he could do. And that thing is killed.
Jamie, what did Kurt see on that?
And Kurt Busch was right next to his brother when that happened. And first thing he said on the radio, is Kyle okay? Is Kyle okay? He hit hard, guys. And then he just said, let me know if he's okay. He hit hard, and he had his spotter go check with Kyle's spotter. And they just told him Kyle is okay. And then Kurt also said, guys, there's rain on the windshield. That means there's rain on the tires.
I have to believe that Paul Wolf and Brad Keselowski, possibly a driver crew chief, that changed their strategy because of the way that car was driving.
And the comparison between this track and Watkins Glen, this is a short track. This track races like a short track. Tight turns, stop and go, forward bite. Watkins Glen is fast, a lot of speed.
David Gilliland is in the tire wall at turn 10. This will be a full course caution.
Man.
The first one of the day. The 2-time Southwest Tour winner here went in deep into the tire wall.
Yeah, he
running
nosed her.
21st.
Nosed her into those tires.
The window net is down, the indication to safety personnel that he is okay. We talked about what a tough, fast corner this is. Have a look.
Just gets out wide here, and once you get off the track, you're done. And wow, what an incredible, I mean, that's a sudden stop. And look how he knocked all those tires loose. That's huge.
And we've talked about turn 11 being the slowest corner at 30 miles per hour. That's one of the fastest parts of the racetrack.
Yeah, I got to think something happened to that car.
David Gilliland told his crew that coming into turn 10, the left front tire let go.
Yeah, I mean, he was off the track there early as if something malfunctioned, like he lost brakes, but now we find out he lost a tire. If we see tire problems, now you got to figure out how to manage that so you won't have any problems.
Hey, see Tony Stewart in the 14. Remember, he and Chad Johnson decided to stay out, and we got Martin Truex Jr. in the tire barrier.
Buried in there.
He has drilled the tire packs.
Yeah, he's
side 2 into the tire barriers hole.
Now that is about turn 8.
Not giving me any room.
See what happened.
He was running 19th and said he wasn't given any room. There's Truex coming out of 7. Reagan off the course, kind of in the dirt, and hooks him.
Yeah. You know, there's in other sports there's unavoidable contact and there's avoidable contact. That could have been a little give and take there on either guy's part. I'm not blaming either one of them, but that could have been avoided. Right there.
Darrell, you talked about him in the pre-race, the man that started the season off, the first 15 races, 14 top 10 finishes. It won't happen today.
No.
Well, and that's what he's going to need to do. Chad Knaus also told him, I need you to save a little bit of fuel on 2 laps out there. We should be good after that. And looking at the left rear that came off the car, we saw that chunk tire early in the race. Well, the left rear looks good.
Here's trouble, J.J. Yaley.
Man, that car is...
And that's turn 10.
That would be us.
Exiting turn 10. Caution is out.
Heavy contact to the left side of that car. I saw the dust fly there on turn 10.
And you heard you heard JJ say that would be us, as the spotter says somebody's crashed in turn 10.
Just gets off right here, and man, this thing comes around and bam! Man, that's a hard lick on that driver's.
Johnson, Boyer, and Logano, they're gambling right now. If there's a green-white checker at the end of this thing, they will not be in victory lane. They're that close on fuel, as you heard Chad Knaus say it. So being perfect is going to include this race ending in its scheduled distance.
Well, yeah, but Michael, it's just like Larry said, and we know there will be another caution. I mean, Larry nailed it. These drivers, a lot of them lose their mind at the end of the
year.
Like right
Reagan
there.
And Edwards, there they go, into the wall, hard. You were saying?
Yes. I said there will be another caution.
I don't think
some of them will lose their mind, and in the process, they're probably going to lose their car.
But these cautions right here, that's what Johnson and those guys need. They'll be able to save plenty of fuel.
They were banking on this, Larry. I mean, they're smart. Like, look, you study trends, they study trends. Oh my gosh!
Pull it over.
That's look like maybe busted oil cooler, got some oil coming out on the headers. Wow.
Darrell, that was just way more than push comes to shove.
Yeah, no, it's just crazy.
Here's a look at what brings out the 4th caution of the day. You'll see Carl Edwards way on the outside, but by himself. Now he's got to fight for some room.
This is the same place that the 78 and the 55 had trouble. This time, though, the 19 of Carl Edwards bounced over those curbs and bounced into David Reagan.
That was a battle for 7th, or battle for 6th, actually.
And because of the odd impact and odd angle, they catch the Jersey barriers before the tire pack right there. Jamie.
Carl Edwards said, I'm fine, guys. I'm just trying to start it. You saw he did fire it up. Crew Chief Darian Grubb said, well, if you stay in there, try to bring it back to the garage, and we will take a look at it. But as you see, Carl Edwards now, it looks like he has climbed from his race car. And there is David Reagan, who just climbed out as well.
Smoke says, I hope y'all have fun playing with these. I got to go. I'm out of here. See ya.
Uh-oh. Casey Mears has lost a wheel and axle broke.
Wow.
A rear axle broke. You see it's still attached at the hub.
Gotta be a caution.
Is
axle,
out.
left rear tire.
I saw him limping down the back straight into turn 10 there. Wasn't sure what the problem was. I thought he had a flat tire, but much worse.
Yeah, Mike, not only the rear axle, yeah, it was still hooked in, but it looks like to me the whole snout of that rear end housing has broken off.
That's what hopping those curves will do for you.
Maris was 15th.
There she goes. Wow. Haven't seen that in a long time. But I think, Mike, no kidding, that's hopping those curves. It's one of the things you worry about is, breaking something in the suspension.
Now that was just coming out of turn 11. And Casey got the car out of harm's way as the wheel and axle bounce into a catch fence.
Say this is a caution that everybody's happy to see, probably except Jimmy Johnson, because it gives them one more shot. I mean, just look, that is everything to do with that side of the rear end housing.
That's the brake rotor, the brake, the caliper.
And Larry, let me correct. That axle didn't break. You can see the splines on the end of it. The axle's there. It's, as you said, the axle housing, hub, everything is out there. The axle housing looks like it broke.
Exactly, the snap.
You're going to flip over. At speed, it doesn't feel like that. At speed, everything.
Oh, and around we've got cars on the track. Already involved is Kyle Busch. The 16 of Greg Biffle's involved. Looks like Denny Hamlin in the 11. And this is exactly what you didn't want to see as a crew chief, Steve. Cars getting torn up. These are their primary cars.
Yeah, I mean, you're kicking yourself now if you're in this crash. Did you really need to be out there? I mean, Kyle Busch coming off his win at Sonoma, gets back to Daytona, involved in an accident early. You see Jimmy McMurray. You see Kyle Busch's car here, heavily damaged. I mean, that's definitely going to the backup.
Yeah, there's a lot of backups that we're going to be seeing now after this incident. This is exactly what you both were talking about. Running so close in a race, you would get even closer, but obviously someone got too close.
Well, it's the negative. You know, it's plate racing. It's what we see every time we come here. But again, if you want to be good in the race, you have to practice it.
It's just a classic case. You see that the 18 and the 2 were running nose to tail. The 18 moved up. The 2 got down. The 18 kind of came across his front bumper. And once he spins, everyone's in a pack. There's 25 cars in a pack. There's nowhere for the 9, for the 11, for the 16, anywhere for those guys to go.
Cars got collected in this. Martin Truex Jr. in the 78 up against the wall.
Jeff Gordon with a good move.
24 of Gordon stayed right down by the double yellow line, was able to avoid it.
Sam Hornish, he comes in here. He's, nothing he can do. I mean, there's nothing he could have done different right there.
Yeah, the 18 came down the track. Sam Hornish collects him. Jamie McMurray in the 1 also involved. Martin Truex Jr. landed the wall pretty hard before he got into the 18 as well. But it started with the 18 and the 2. The 2 just behind that 18.
And that's the tough part. You're running into such close.
Block, you're not going to keep this lead, and you will not win this race tonight. You have to, whatever lane's coming, you have to turn and get in front of that lane. We saw it. We see it done correctly there. If it's done incorrectly, there'll be a wreck.
And around they go. The 38 goes sideways. David Gilliland sideways as they come out of turn number 4. Also involved, the 22 of Logano. The 32. Multiple cars involved in this one. Joey Logano damage to the right rear. The 26 of Jeff Burton involved. So the 38 of Gilliland. The 10 of Danica Patrick. Looks like she has damage to the right side.
Just catching the field out of 2. Litter's bad. 10 away.
Sheet metal about to fall off the 22. Also some damage on the 46 of Michael Annett. Let's look back to what had just happened. Coming out of turn number 4.
You see right here, the 38's coming down and change lanes. There isn't room. He comes across the front bumper, the 15, spins him to the bottom, and it's the field very tight. You see farther back into the field, the 16 and the 10 get into the back, and the 22 spinners up across the track. And that's what happens in these tight packs. When there's a spin way up in front of the pack, everyone gets out of the gas, and it's so hard when you're only a couple feet apart. Another hard impact there with the 32 and the 38. when you're that close, you don't have enough room. If you don't slow down the exact same rate, someone gets spun out.
And you see right here, David, he's wanting to be on the bottom of the racetrack. He wants to get behind the 88 because he thinks that's the best line, but he just doesn't have it synced up. He did not get a good view of the 15, turned down on the 15s. Nothing Clint Boyer could do right there. All he could do is get into him, and then everything behind him was just as a result of trying to miss this wreck. Give it right with Tony Stewart. Coming off turn 4, he sees the smoke, slow it down.
Come all the way down if you want to. Slow down right there. Slow down. Come on, come on.
Right on the 10 car.
Spinning, back it down, back it down, back it down. Stay high, you're all good.
Right along with Eric Almirola.
They're by themselves. Still outside, spin, very bottom, and stay high. Keep coming, keep coming, keep coming. You're all good, you're all good. Brake hard.
And you could hear in that, you could hear Eric Almirola lift off the throttle. You could hear him slowing down, and the guys behind him, they just couldn't get, you saw Joey Logano trying to slow down. Somebody got into the back of him, got him turned around. That's a typical Daytona wreck right there. Dave, you got some on the 22?
And now it's damage control time for the chase-safe Daytona 500 winner, Joey Logano. They'll put an entire right rear quarter panel on that car that came off of the crash cart behind their pit box. They asked Joey if the wheel was straight. He said it's a little off. That may be of concern as they try to get him back out there. We've seen damaged cars go back to the front here at Daytona. Don't know if it'll be the case tonight. He's already lost one lap.
And he said, actually, Jeff Gordon asked about it in the competition meeting Friday. He said, why do you guys always want to run by yourself? How are you ever going to learn how your car will react right here when it's
Kyle Busch into the wall, Marty. Kyle Busch gets into the wall. We just mentioned how he potentially would have to be cautious. He can't have a bad finish.
Stay up there for about 15 more.
And into the wall goes Kyle Busch.
This is not what this team needed. They needed a clean run out of Daytona after their win last week. Got themselves a win, opportunity to make the chase, but they can't have bad races. There are only 10 races left to gain points to try to get in that top 30. This is not what they needed.
Come on down.
It was projected that they would have to average a 14th place finish the remaining 10 races before the chase.
Not bad. Tires, rear fenders. Yep, tires and fenders ringside.
We're still on the green. The caution did not come out for this incident.
So we stay green, and that is bad for the 18, as he's going to start losing laps now.
You see him get on the outside of McMurray. He just gets loose. Just got in the corner, got loose, and bounced it up against the wall. Nobody got into him. But you know what? That's not uncommon here. Right in getting into turn 1, you lose a lot of grip. You can see the back end get around on him. He has to chase it. There's nowhere to go. The only thing he can do is hit the wall.
So they go to work on the right side of the 18. We stay green. Still out front of the field, it's Dale Earnhardt Jr. Carl Edwards, a wild ride coming out of turn number 4. He gets it going straight once again. He was running in the 13th position. It looks like a one-car incident. The yellow flag has come out. But a crazy ride for Carl Edwards as he exited turn number 4. Let's take a look at how this happened.
You can see him, he just got loose all by himself, and now he's got it locked down. He's on all that asphalt. You know, we talked about getting grass out of racetracks. That's why right there he was able to keep control. He did make a little bit of contact. You can see the rear quarter panel bent, but not nearly as bad as it would have been with the grass down there.
No, you're absolutely right. You know, you see him right here, kind of 3 wide, almost 3 wide outside the 20, and you see he starts correcting it. He just loses rear grip. It gets really, really loose. He's locked it down. He's trying to spot the wall, trying to spot where he's going, and he does a great job. You see this tire start to roll again. He gets off the brakes, starts to drive the car. This onboard is going to have a great shot of it. You're going to see here and listen.
3 wide right here. Now just easy.
He does a great job. You hear him right before he spins, he starts to breathe it. He knows he's in trouble. And then as he starts to lose it, he gets out of it, he gets it locked up.
But you could see when he got behind the 20 and the 78, he had 2 cars in front of him. That took all the air off his car, and when it did, around that thing went. That's a sign for me that these cars are not handling great.
And you see here, it's a great opportunity to see some of the safety initiatives in this car. When that 19 gets sideways, you see the distance between the car and the asphalt. It starts to lift. As that car lifts, the roof flap opens, the hood flap opens, the car settles back down. That's huge. You know, 15, 20 years ago, that car might fly. We might have a car rolling.
It enables air to get into the cockpit area so that an air can get under the car so that it doesn't tip over. And now it's Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s turn as the caution has come out. In turn 4, one of the cars stalled just outside of turn 4. That's the 38, David Gilliland, involved in the first accident.
Cut it right. It was fine going through 1 and 2, and then 3 and 4 cut a tire. Cut it right rear, it felt like.
And the left rear's down also.
That's the hard part, Rick. You know, we've showed time and time again how much these cars travel through the corner. When you get damage early, you stop on pit road. The tire changers do the best job they can of clearancing those tires, but it's hard to visualize how much that tire is going to travel up into the wheel well. And you think you have clearance, and then the tire moves 4 inches farther up into the wheel well, and it rubs something you think isn't even close to cutting the tire.
As you mentioned, he thought he cut the right rear tire. There's 38 going around through turn 4. And behind him, who's that checking up?
Kyle Busch going by. Maybe A.J. Allmendinger. There's Jeb Burton.
Gilliland sliding.
It's Brendan Gaughan, rather.
Brendan Gaughan in the 62 was sideways in turn 4 as well.
Well, that's the perfect example. That seems simple because Brendan Gaughan was by himself. So earlier when the 38 spun and there was 40 cars behind him, when that car checked up like that, someone ran him over. You see Kyle Busch here. We just mentioned he got back on the lead lap. All these cautions are perfect opportunities to continue to work on your car.
Another big one in turns 1 and 2 at Daytona. You look at Brian Scott in the 33. Fire underneath that car. He'll have to come to a stop. Fire extinguishers putting that out inside of the car. Involved in this, the 19 of Carl Edwards. It might have been the 33 of Brian Scott that got up underneath him.
I think they were approaching a lap car getting into turn 1. Let's see, and that caused some issues.
A lot of smoke inside that car for Brian Scott. Safety crew to him quickly. And the window net down, always a good indicator. You see the head being shaken by Carl Edwards. He cannot believe the bad luck that he has already had tonight.
Guys, we tried real hard there. That was, I don't know what else to do. We made the deal. We're just going to race. If we could have sat in the back, that is what we raced.
There, you heard him. He thought he was in the back of the pack and out of the possibility of danger. Take a look at what happens. The 42 of Kyle Larson completely sideways.
He gets down to the apron. You see the sparks where the track bar mount hits the ground. He saves it, but he comes up the track, has no choice but to connect with the 19, who then starts to spin. Brad Keselowski gets a face full of sparks. The 17 does go around, and now the track is blocked. Now these guys are trying to find a hole through, and the 2 gets woed up, and the 3 kind of gets woed up, but then you see Carl Edwards goes back up the track, and here comes Brian Scott with a full head of steam, makes big contact with the back of the 19.
Yeah, Brian Scott looked like he was going to be able to get through this clean. He was accelerating to try to get by the cars, but then up came Carl Edwards from the bottom of the track.
There's nothing you can do in that situation. You know, he just was coming at such a high rate of speed. Really nothing Brian Scott could have done.
Let's ride along with Carl. This will be a wild ride, too.
You see Carl, he's watching, going around a lap car right here. You see Larson just gets loose. Carl goes around, tries to shoot the middle, just didn't clear him.
You're out front of the field. You can follow Miss Sprint Cup as the big one's happening once again, coming out of turn number 4. Into the wall, Kyle Larson. Multiple cars sideways. Martin Truex Jr., a lot of damage to the front end of his car. Eric Almirola also involved. There's Kyle Larson. Damage to the front end. Once again, coming out of turn number 4, a tricky spot on this track. Casey Kane, who was running up front all day, a lot of damage to the right front. Eric Almirola already in the garage. The Smithfield Ford had been running well. And now in the garage, Kyle Larson will have to make his way into the garage as well. This is why.
We've seen this time and time again. The 20 tries to come down on the 5. I don't know if he actually makes contact with the 5 or just the air gets him loose. Man, and then it's just a mess, right? When you have trouble in front of that many cars, there's just nowhere to go. You see the 9 spinning, trying to avoid it. Once the smoke is that thick, there's just nowhere to go.
All these cars behind them right now, they're just trying to find somewhere to go, but there just never is. You just keep piling in. You're on the brakes. The guys behind you are running into you. You know, it's just a big. This is plate racing. This is what we talk about. This is what the drivers fear.
Right along with Tony Stewart.
Up ahead here, back it down. Come down low, come down low, come down low, all the way down, all the way down. Come on down, come on down, come on down. Stay right there, stay there, stay there, stay there, stay there. Watch out now.
The vision of these drivers amazed me. It almost sounded like he was out of the gas before we even saw sparks. Like he knew this was not going to work.
You can see Matt Kenseth, he never got touched by Casey Kane. They tried to fill that spot. The air got taken off the back of the car, got loose, around he went, caused a big wreck.
There's that air cushion that Martin Truex Jr. was mentioning earlier. They didn't actually make contact, but around went the 20.
Yeah, we've seen this. You know, this is the 4th incident we've seen where cars start to get spun around just by being around other cars or being in situations where they had a lot of air and then they lost it. So this is something new. We haven't been seeing this at Daytona.
You know, we talked about track position at the top of the night. The 88 on lap.
Back, Danica Patrick into the wall in turn number 2. The pack catching up to her as they go down the backstretch. They will go by her on the outside, and
The tire guys, pretty good right front damage.
Sounds like the caution has come out now.
Right side.
Marty, what happened with the 10?
Well, guys, I told you a moment ago in the commercial break, she said over the radio, quote, I heard a lot of noise a moment ago, and they weren't sure what was wrong. They were looking at the car every time they came by. They didn't see anything, but clearly something broke on the 10 car. Remember, they've been in a couple of accidents throughout the evening. They've repaired the car fairly well, but obviously something broke on the 10 car eventually.
She was running in the 28th position. She was the last car on the lead lap. She was by herself over in turn number 2. Take a look and a listen.
Here, guys, coming inside you, then you're all good. No caution yet. Keep rolling. Caution is out. Keep rolling. All you got. The pack is just off at 2. Get on the apron.
Certainly seemed to me like a right front went down. Probably with the damage they had before, it probably got cut on something, rubbed something, and it rubbed a hole in it. That would be my guess.
Junior leading 2 by 2 behind him. This is speedway racing at its finest.
I hate it when people didn't stay awake. Those guys that are sleeping, they're missing a lot. This is a great race.
Oh, and around goes the 55. David Reagan trying to keep hold of it, sliding through the grass. Right now it's a 1-car incident. The caution has come out.
Fire it up, get it rolling.
Going down the backstretch.
Didn't hit nothing, come on. We're rolling.
Reagan scored in the 15th position when he got sideways and into the grass. All 4 tires look to still be up, and he's on the
got
apron.
a flat tire. Just check the body, went all through the grass.
The left side tire.
It's all good. That's 6 left side flat.
Look back on the backstretch. Just in front of 3 wide, and he goes sideways.
Yeah, it looks to me like maybe Kurt Busch was, trying to help. Comes up there, maybe gives him a little push. It's either the air or bumper to bumper, hard to see from the front. But Devlin was right behind the 55. The 55 has that big wiggle. You see here from the start, no, he actually comes up and comes across the car in the middle. The 41 was about a car length back, so he just changes lanes. That's what happens on the backstretch. You're jockeying for position. We've already talked about how far away that is for the spotters. The 55 goes to the right. Landon Castle's already there in the 40. It catches him on the right rear quarter panel. It's really, really lucky there was just a 1-car incident.
Yeah, most racetracks, we always wreck in the corner. at Daytona, we see a lot of wrecks on the back straightaway because everybody's jockeying for position, trying to get themselves in a line that they want to be in. How about old Casey Kane on the bottom? He had to be looking in his mirror saying, hey, how am I going to get in this wreck? He ultimately didn't get hit, but he had to be wondering what was getting ready to happen.
There's more of that grass here at Daytona.
Harvick's not quite clear. Harvick's on the outside of him. Now, boom, he didn't make a commitment.
Oh, and around goes the car behind him. That's the 6, or excuse me, the 9. A very close call there for Sam Hornish Jr. in the 9. The caution comes out. Now we're getting closer to the possibility of a green-white checker.
I think that's an advantage for the 88. I think we've seen every restart. He leaves the line with a huge advantage. He gets them too wide behind him.
And you see a lot of dirt that was drug out onto the track. They will have to clean up.
Splitter's stuck on the racetrack, ain't get moving.
Let's look back at what happened. The wild ride that Sam Hornish Jr. had.
We've seen this.
Got together?
Yeah, we have. We've seen this time and time again. You see the splitter makes huge contact with the grass. The car starts to bounce. Luckily, it lands on all four and just continues to spin. But we've seen this. The 9 goes to make a move, looks for that inside line, wasn't clear of the 1, drives across his nose, ends up spinning through the grass.
Tore the splitter completely off when it grabbed the grass initially. And then once again, hit hard and up into the air. A wild ride for Sam Hornish Jr.
He's still driving it. Look at those hands. Still driving it.
And listen, I know I make it sound simple that he drives across the 1, but Sam Hornish is trying to go forward. He's not changing lanes to get out of the way. He's changing lanes to try to get in the right lane, to try to make something happen. All the way back in 13th, these guys are still looking for an advantage.
A twisted car, a twisted T on the hood for Sam Hornish Jr. He goes to the ambulance. He'll get a ride to the infield care center. Dale Earnhardt Jr. to the bottom of the track. Jr. will win at Daytona. And the big one happens behind them.
Oh my God.
Of Austin Dillon into the catch fence. All the crews getting out to that car to assist these drivers. Thumbs going up from all the crew members, and the crowd roars. Look at the catch fence on the front straight. Members pulling. Austin Dillon out. He's walking. The damage to the 4 of Kevin Harvick. What an incredible sight to see Austin Dillon walking away from that 3 car that is demolished.
Unbelievable impact. Austin Dillon. Watch this replay. When he gets into the catch fence, the car comes to a complete stop. I've never seen a car stop that quickly.
But then the accident takes place behind him.
Yeah, the 11 gets kind of stuck in the middle there and comes across the 4's bumper. As he does, he spins back in, gets the 3 airborne, and he just gets projected off the other cars right up into the fence.
He went from the bottom of the racetrack over 2 rows of cars and into that catch fence.
Here we go. You can see him on the bottom. Rex starts in front. He runs in the back of the 24. Gets up on the 11. Now he's on top of the 50.5. Now it's just along for the ride. Yeah, watch the car stop. Watch the car stop. It gets into those poles, and it goes from, I don't know what, 180, 190 miles an hour, I'm just guessing, to a complete stop. That is unbelievable.
And it looks like that's 3,500 pounds. That stock car is extremely heavy. You see here, after he's upside down, the 2 is spinning. Obviously, he's already lost control, makes more contact with the 3.
$11 and the 4 to get together. Here we are at the start-finish line.
It just pushes the 3 up into the air enough that it rolls over the top of the car. And then that momentum just continues to move him into the catch fence. Let's ride along with Kevin Harvick.
Top's covered. Middle's open. Come on. Oh, we got a terrible wreck behind you. Just hold her straight, buddy. Hold her straight.
And you heard Kevin Harvick, as much as he wants to get the start-finish line, as he sees the 11 start to spin, he's out of the gas. It's just line after line of car pushing everyone through there.
Take another look at this real time. According to track safety, they are attending to 3 fans in the grandstands. Some debris did get through that fence. One of the most amazing things I've seen tonight, and we've seen a lot of incredible things, but one of the most amazing things is when that crew pulled Austin Dillon out of the 3. And Austin Dillon is able to walk out of that accident, out of that crash, and then acknowledge the fans by waving to them.
I hope everybody's okay. That's a scary, scary accident, but I just know
A lot of cars involved as they had crossed the start-finish line.
You saw those crew members running out to the car, you know, to go check on him. I know NASCAR doesn't like that, but you have to appreciate the compassion those teams showed, trying to get out there to try to help him and get there as quickly as they could.
Well, that sign there, when those crew members put the thumbs up, and they knew, they were all looking around going, okay, I know we're not supposed to be out here, but that looks so incredible. Hang on, this will be a wild ride. That was Tony Stewart going underneath the 3. And here was the response from Austin Dillon after he got out, pulled the helmet off. The crowd was roaring at this point in time.
Yeah, this has to be the best sight of the night. You know, this is the scary part of auto racing. So when you see a big accident, you see Austin Dillon get out. What he's removing there is his head and neck restraint. It connects to his helmet to keep his helmet from overextending somewhere. A Hans device, that's another version of it. Another safety innovation really that's been required in NASCAR for a few years now. It's a long ways from over, and that would be a concern if you lost the alternator.
Crashed in the middle of 2, 3, and 4. 2 cars got together.
Car up to 3, and it looks as though it's a 98 of Josh Wise. A lot of damage to the right side of that car. Josh was running 41st, was not on the lead lap. Will Kimmel, making his first ever Sprint Cup start, will receive the free pass. Here's what happened with the 98.
See 98 get in the corner on the outside. 23 on the bottom just lost the back of the car of Yaley. Got into the 98. Both of them went up the racetrack. The 98 ran out of racetrack and gets into the wall. Big impact, a lot of damage.
Can that be a product of the new race package and how Edwards making his way by the 4 of Kevin Harvick? Harvick's so dominant, as well as Jimmy Johnson on 1.5-mile tracks this year. And Kevin Harvick still trying to find some speed as we have an incident on the front stretch. The 41 of Kurt Busch.
All right, stop it.
Stopped just before the start-finish line. He was in the 10th position.
All right, roll straight.
Marty, was he talking on the radio about a problem with the car?
Hey, he didn't have a problem, but he just told Tony Gibson on the radio a moment ago, whatever changes you made on the last stop, please undo them on this next stop. I'm sliding sideways, entering, and I'm plowing off the corner. So he had a very ill-handling race car in that 41.
Listen, I know we might have some disappointed drivers or frustrated drivers out there sliding this new package around, but I'm loving it. When's the last time we've seen cars spin out on their own? These are the best drivers in the world driving stock cars. Kurt Busch, a multiple race winner, has so much talent. For him to spin out off turn 4, right here you see him underneath or behind the 42. Jeff, he just gets loose.
Yeah, he just comes around on it. You know, he's trying to go as hard as he can. He's in the throttle. He's loose. We already talked about being tight leaving the corner, so he may have gotten up, and as he got close to the wall, he got tight. Then he had to put a lot of wheel into it to keep from hitting the wall. Then the back end comes around. But to your point, we just haven't seen these things. And you know what's crazy? The drivers wanted this. The drivers wanted the cars to drive bad.
They might not tomorrow.
No, but it sounds crazy. But I think the advantage that they all feel like they can get, because every one of them thinks they're a better driver than the next. They want it to be difficult. Look at him with his wheel.
Stop it.
Second practice. And now, in this race condition, not able to maintain that speed and that pace. Caution comes out once again. The 6th caution of the night.
I ain't got no brakes. I'm too loose also, but I can't slow it down.
You heard him say he can't get it slowed down.
What's happening with the 88, Mike?
Well, we documented the brake issue that Dale Earnhardt Jr. was encountering early in the race, and it just seems like it's gotten worse as the night has gone on. Not too long ago, he said the brake pedal was virtually at the floor. They were on pit road during the last caution. They were bleeding the right side brakes to see if that made it any better. And so far, we haven't heard anything over the radio, but it's obviously a pretty serious problem on that car.
Yeah, if at any point you get this brake fluid too hot, he reported earlier he forgot to turn his fans on, and you boil the brake fluid. It's a hydraulic system. That fluid's no good anymore, and the brakes are going to get really long, and the brakes are going to get really squishy.
Way up the racetrack is the 88.
You saw the right front rotor glowing. He was on the brakes. He just couldn't get it slowed down. Went up and got up into the wall. Now listen, here's one thing too. These teams have all lightened up their brake packages because of the old aero package, okay? They put smaller rotors. They put smaller calipers on their cars. Now that you have to use the brakes more, do you need to go back and put the old package on where you have bigger calipers and bigger rotors? That could be a factor. You could see he was on the brakes getting in the corner of the right front tire. You see the left front glowing. You see that glow right in the middle of the left front tire. Watch Dale Jr. get in the corner.
And that's what happens. The reason you saw wonder how many laps to go. If this comes down to a run with under 20 or 25 laps to the finish, I'm going to do whatever I can do to get track position. If that means 2 tires, I'm putting
Sliding
2 tires
26. And a close call. But he's able to keep it straight. Jeff Burton. And it looks as though the 14 of Tony Stewart.
Bring it back. Bring it around. Good job.
Might have got into the inside wall. Back
Nowhere
behind
to go
the
there.
26.
They just packed it into you.
You heard him talking to Jeff. There's the 14 of Tony Stewart. Might be a donut on the driver's side of the 14. Looks like damage to the right side of that car, though. Anyway, you see a little smoke coming out of the 83 of Matt DiBenedetto. Here's what happened.
See 4 wide. Not sure Tony doesn't have some sort of a problem right here. The 17 gets in the side of the 26. It's lucky no more damage than it was. The 14 got into the wall, locks it down. But the 14 was really slow getting into the corner, like he has some sort of a problem.
Just in front of him, Jeff Burton in the 26 got tapped by the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Yeah, it's just when you have a car like the 14 up top who was slow and they were already 3 wide underneath them, they don't expect it to be there. Oh, you see here earlier on the front stretch, the 1 of Jamie McMurray and the 14 of Tony Stewart get together. That causes the 14 to get out of the gas. He's instantly lost momentum. You see the cars going by on the inside, a little bit of smoke out of the back of the car, and then as they go down into turn 1, that 3 wide that caught Tony Stewart made it 4 wide. They just ran out of racetrack as they enter turn 1.
And the 14 troubles continue. They've not had a good year at all.
Telling him to blow it off right now. Carl Edwards saying that he's neutral in 1 and 2, free in turn 3.
Danica Patrick looks to have gotten into the grass.
Get rolling when you can. Leader is just this tree.
Right rear damage and right front damage to the 10. She goes back out on the track. Danica was 27.
4 tires and fuel.
On the lead lap. And then the race leader was able to get by her to put her a lap down. So this, the 10th caution of the night, which ties the record for cautions at Kentucky.
See Danica driving into turn 3. Oh, gets loose. It's a tap from Junior. And she went. Again, we've heard all night that Junior's had trouble with brakes. So when Danica got a little bit free, could Junior not get slowed down and he got into the back over? That could have been the issue.
Danica Patrick with damage to the right side into the grass. Caution has come out from New Hampshire Motor Speedway for the 2nd time. Debris on the racetrack and the flames rolling out from the right side of the 7 of Alex Bowman.
You know, we've seen this before at the short tracks. The 7 had an issue with the right front tire. It looked like he melted the bead, came down pit road, got a new tire on it, but didn't clear all the old rubber, I'm assuming, off. Well, no, I disagree. It's
yeah,
not
we're going to
out.
disagree. It is not out, and the driver's climbing out of the car. That's Alex Bowman jumping out of there.
I think he was telling him to get out. At least that's what he needed to be telling him.
Yeah.
And what happens
there's a
is
fire suppression system under there that will try to help put that out.
it tries to help, but that fire is what was left of the flat tire on the right front brake rotor. These brake rotors are ridiculously warm. And what happens is after you remove the old tire and put the new one on, if there's still some strings or some cords on there, that's really just like a wick to a candle. And once it hits that hot rotor, you see what happens. Big, big flames.
So there's some debris on the track. That's why the caution came out. We saw the 7 of Alex Bowman make his way onto pit road with the right front tire down, and all of that heat that had built up. The tire was actually on fire when they took it off. They put the new tire on, and apparently there was still some flames underneath that car before he left his pit stall.
Yeah, we talked earlier about all these different strategies and when to come under green. Well,
inside Dale Jr.
And the 27 spins trying to get the pit road. Now he's sideways. He's off the racetrack enough though that maybe able to stay green. Nope, NASCAR decides to throw a caution.
So the caution will come out for the 5th time, as Paul Menard has struggled to get onto pit road. He had a little contact on the left side, caused a tire rub. They were in fear that it might cut that left side tire down.
That's just such a difficult position, you know, for a driver to be in. He knew he had to get out of the way. The only thing he could do, he had a tire down. He had the whole field coming behind him. He knew he had to get out of the way. Spotter was telling him he just couldn't get on pit road, and then troubles compounded themselves.
This is what just happened to Paul Menard. So with the tire rub, he's going to try to get to pit road. And around he goes. And this is why the damage to the left side of this car caused the tire rub.
Yeah, I think they had actually hit before in the middle of the corner. We saw him way up the racetrack before that. Tire was already smoking here. There was contact, I think, with the 5 car in the middle of the corner.
His teammate.
2 by 2, 3 and 4. Oh, and around goes a 15. Clint Boyer spinning through the short chute. Also caught up Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, so you get it rolling if you can.
Jeff Gordon with a lot of damage. I don't think Clint Boyer had any damage at all. I'm not sure he ever hit anything, but Jeff Gordon had a lot of contact. He's, I think his chances to win today are gone.
And that's the other risk when you take 4 tires and you go back in the pack. We talk about strategy and speed and all that, but the one thing about staying out when you keep track position is normally you have a little better chance of not getting caught up in an accident.
And the 24 team already heading back into the garage as they will try to do some repairs. Let's look what happened.
See the 15 and the 4 side by side. The 15 got free, had, obviously got spun it out. Jeff Gordon trying to miss him, just, ran out of steering wheel, just didn't have anywhere to go, ended up getting in the wall. But that's an example of the 15 of Boyer being underneath Harvick, just losing the car. No side force because all the air is being pulled off of him. Jeff Gordon and Casey Kane trying to figure out where they're going. Jeff Gordon has to get in the brakes and ends up getting locked up. Dale Jr. just snuck by.
Looks like the 15 of Clint Boyer may have gotten into the left rear quarter panel of the 4 of Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, he was just getting up the racetrack because he lost. See how he wiggled? Yep. He wiggled, and then he chased it up the racetrack. No big damage either one of those cars, though.
That shot always amazing. Here we are on board with Dale Earnhardt Jr. You're going to see way in the top of your screen is going to be the 15 car. He's underneath the 4. You're going to see him get loose. The 24 is in front of you. He gets caught up in the accident as well.
Sideways went the 15.
Still out there. Caution.
Talk so much about how much this race has meant to Jeff Gordon. Winning the inaugural race here, and this is certainly not the way he wanted this race to go.
Between himself and Carl Edwards. And around goes the 43 of Eric Almirola. Caution will come out.
Caution down behind us, turn 2, safe.
Another one of our cars battling for that chase spot, that final chase spot, having trouble. That's not a sound a driver likes to hear.
Yeah, a lot of damage being done right now to the 43. He was 17th. When he spun out, there are 25 cars on the lead lap. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. currently in 25th. See a lot of damage to the splitter on the right side in the back of that car. Take a look at what happened.
He just got loose, left the corner behind another car. We've heard all day long how when you're behind somebody, your car is really loose. He was behind 2 cars. Back end just came around on him. He lost it. Ended up getting into this inside wall. A lot of damage to the car. But again, watch his hands. You heard him playing with the throttle. He was trying to get the car right here. He's messing with the throttle. He hit it, wah, 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 trying to get the car to come back around. He couldn't do it. When he saw he couldn't do it, he just locked it down. That's your only recourse. You try to stay in the gas and get it pointed in the right direction, but when you can't get it, you just got to lock it down.
Pit road is open. Is any information? Smoke coming out from underneath the 33 of Brian Scott. Hard contact to the outside wall for the 33. A lot of damage to the right side.
Interesting time for a yellow. There's 40 to go right here. We heard all day long everybody could run 34 to 38 laps. Oh, he's
going to cut the tire. He's back into the wall. This is what happened initially.
He's way out of the groove. Obviously, when we got in the screen, he's already wrecking. He finally ran out of the racetrack. But it's way out of the groove when we got to him.
He was running 29th, 1 lap down into the safer barrier. A lot of damage to that right side.
Yeah, he was the last car of a line of 4 cars, and we've heard the drivers complain all day about how bad they are behind other cars. So they probably just got away from him, got out of the groove, got in the dirty stuff. Then you're along for the ride. Nothing you can do.
But the front of this group, Kyle Busch has had a great car all day long. He's never been in a position to really see the leader, to see if he could push his car. Here he is, 13 to go, trying to run down Kevin Harvick.
Fighting for spots, into the grass, goes the 88, around he goes, he'll get, so close to turn 1 wall, and the caution comes out. He does kiss the wall with the right rear. All the way down into the grass on the inside of turn 1, he slides up and hits the wall.
Just these restarts are so aggressive. Everybody's trying to get some while they can. A lot of guys have new tires in the back of the pack trying to make some moves. Just very aggressive. He's all the way in the grass in turn 1.
Let's look back to what just happened. See the 88. Dale Earnhardt Jr. be trying to make his way back to pit road.
Well, he turns to go, and there's Casey Kane's underneath him. He never knew Kane was there. Now he's in the grass with the splitter. Some people behind him will probably have to pit because that grass will be on the grills.
And remember, on the pit stop, they had a problem with the left side. They couldn't change the left rear tire because they had a problem with the gun. And so they had to go with the front tire changer's gun to change it. So that's why he was mired back in traffic. And this is what the result is. Brian Scott avoiding in the 33. We ride along with him.
Hold the brake.
He just never knew Casey was there. He turned left, he saw a hole, he knew he had to get to the bottom. If he didn't, he was going to lose a lot of positions. Sometimes you make a move out of desperation. That's what that was. He just turned left. His teammate was there in the spot.
Kyle Busch on the inside. Race leader. Kevin Harvick on the outside. Green flag back in the air. A bad restart for the 4. He's struggling to get up to speed. Here comes the 22. Look at the outside of the 18. A great restart for Joey Logano.
The 11 was hitting the 4 so hard that he had the rear tires off the.
And behind him, there's a wreck. Into the wall goes Trevor Bayne in the 6.
Yellow's out here, yellow's out.
Now we'll have a green-white checker. Now will we have a fuel issue? Crew Chief Steve Letarte.
I think we've had enough yellows. They're safe, but easier to say than to do. You know, they've had a lot of yellows. The good thing is this single car incident with Trevor Bayne hopefully didn't put a lot of debris on there. Right now, you're just hoping to clean it up as quick as you can. These leaders will be shutting the cars off and coasting around to pick up the pace car.
The reason it's a green-white checker finish is because the leader did not receive the white flag for the advertised distance of this race. It was supposed to go 160 laps. We've completed 158. Extensive damage to the back of the 6 of Trevor Bayne. And he looks like he's driving a little angry right now.
Yeah, what we saw earlier, him and the 43 had a disagreement on the front stretch. We have to go back and see the replay. Seems like sometimes those disagreements never seem to work themselves out.
Let's take a look at this restart first.
Yeah, we talked about the 11. Look right here. He is hitting the 4 trying to help him. He's hitting him so hard that he's got his rear tires knocked off the ground. That's why he can't get going. The 22 is pushing the 18 just like they did on the first restart. The 11 was trying to help the 4 because if the 11 could help the 4, he could help himself. He just was actually trying to help him too much. Just the timing was off on that.
And now let's look back in the pack.
Still outside. One.
Just looks like 3 cars trying to go down to turn 1 and not enough room, and the 6 gets turned around and up the track he goes.
So a lot of damage to the 6 of Trevor Bayne.
Yeah, he was driving angrily.
Catch 2 cars side by side, they can't carry the speed through the corner, and then hopefully you can use your momentum.
Oh, we got one moving into the. We saw this on pit road early. Casey Kane hits the inside wall and knocks it down. Saw some guys' helmets that were sitting up there. So a problem with Casey Kane's car. Goes on to pit road and the caution's out.
We saw this Saturday in practice, almost identical to that. We talked about how rare it is that it can happen. It's happened twice in 2 days.
Hit where a banner was. It made it look like that wall went way in, but I think it was the banner that was kind of coming out because of the air. But I think the wall once again held up on the inside of pit road. This is where people have to pay attention because on pit road, you've got crew members that it's too early for a pit stop. So a lot of them will sit on pit road or be watching the race on a TV monitor that might be on one of the pit boxes. We heard Casey Kane come on the radio. A lot of damage to the left front of that car. Let's get a replay. This is coming off of turn 3.
It's coming off turn 3, approaching the front straightaway. You can see Casey's all by himself, gets loose. Same thing we saw with Jeb Burton the other day, almost in the same tread marks. Can't get the car all the way spun out. Now I'll be honest with you, he's long for the ride, trying to keep from hitting the inside wall, but there's just no stopping it at this point. Very scary.
And as you mentioned, 2 days in a row now we have seen something similar to this. As I mentioned, some of the things that were sitting on pit road, crew members will put their helmets on pit road waiting before they have to go out there for a pit stop. And we've seen on these replays some things flying, one of those being a helmet.
Yeah, and you see he didn't hit pit stall 43. He's all the way down. That's actually pit stall 38. You see here when he makes impact, all the helmets sitting on pit wall.
Yeah. One going way up in the air.
And, you know, thank goodness that interior wall is as strong as it is. I mean, that's the second heavy impact that wall has taken in the last 2 days. Kudos to the racetrack, the people that built the wall, and everybody that went and checked the wall out after yesterday's impact to make sure it was still structurally sound.
We heard him say about 8 laps ago that he'd be on pit road in 10, so he's pretty close. Marty?
Mike talked to Slugger Labby this morning. He was a little worried about the transmission in Austin Dillon's car. They had to change it.
Big hit, guys. Big hit. The 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. A lot of damage to the front end of that car. Also involved Sam Hornish Jr. in the 9. We saw him just go out of screen. But a lot of damage to the front of the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And he's still riding around this racetrack.
Front of that car, we see major damage to the front of the car. Nose is not. Look how far back the nose is pushed.
He's got the window net down, and he's still driving. Obviously, he's still getting the car going in the right direction, but I'm sure someone has told him, just shut it down. Shut it down, they're going to come get you.
Yeah, I was excited to see the window net go down. It always gives me a bad feeling in my stomach. You see a car rolling that slow, you don't see the driver putting on the brakes, but looking at this impact, maybe he has no brakes. I mean, there is heavy damage to the front of that 17. Yeah. It was great to see the window net come down.
And the helmet come out. Let's look back at what happened.
This 9 car had some sort of a problem.
Well, the 17 got into the back of him.
Well, but it looked like the 9 car was slowing down before the 17 got into the back of him. You saw people dodging him. Having to turn left. I think there was some sort of a problem with the 9 car, and the 17 didn't see him slowing down, ran into the back of him. That's what it looked like to me. It's hard to 100% tell, but
let's take another look from that first vantage point that we saw.
See the 9 car, the blue car on the top. He's kind of out of the groove. David Gilliland has to turn left to avoid him. 17 doesn't get turned left, so I think there was some sort of a problem with the 9 car.
No, I think you're right on, Jeff. You know, as quick as David Gilliland and that yellow car went by him, the 9 of Sam Hornish Jr. was definitely off the pace.
Green flag back in the air. They fan out once again after they've crossed the start-finish line. 4 and 5 wide. Logano enters turn number 1. Good. Sideways is the 41. Trying to hang on to it. Kurt Busch is going to keep it going the right direction. Comes back in front of traffic, and he'll get hit. That's Sam Hornish Jr. in the 9 got into him.
They entered 3 wide in the corner, and it all started from there, it looked like to me. Sam Hornish's bad day continues, obviously.
Sam Hornish had issues getting into 1. The 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. got into the back of him, ended his day. Now Kurt Busch sliding sideways.
Right where the oil tank is.
Another example of why these crew chiefs want track position. You want to be in the front. Talk about trying to win the race, but also if you're in the front, you have a much better chance of not being involved in a situation like this.
He got hit.
Yeah, Martin Truex, I'm sorry. Paul Menard got off the bottom of the, moved up into the 41. Watch the 41. He's wide open in the gas right here, trying to keep it from spinning. Watch what he does. The car starts to turn right. He just locks it down. He just locks it down, gets slow, gets the car straightened out. He ends up not wrecking, but the 9 car gets into him, hits him really hard.
Hits him in the left rear.
See, Paul Menard got the left side. They're 3 wide. Paul Menard got the left sides on the yellow line. Got up the racetrack. Everybody behind him does a really good job. Again, wide open in the gas, trying to keep it from getting spun out. He's in survival mode at this moment. He feels like it's starting to turn right. He turns back left, just locks it down, gets stopped in front of the field. Sam Hornish knocks him.
Yeah, nowhere to go for the 9, obviously, but at the same time, with a car spinning in front of you, you've got to slow down.
And that's the battle, right? The battle is you're trying to gain positions because it looks like he's going to save it. Is he going to get it straight? They're all still in the gas. But without a doubt, you know, with the 9 made contact right there, it's definitely going to end the 9's day. The 41 looks repairable, maybe not repairable to a race-winning car. Now we're on board here with the
4 wide behind
27 of Paul Menard.
Low. 1 outside.
3 wide, 3 wide. Check up, check up, check up, check up. Go high, go high, go high, go high.
It almost looked like they made contact getting into the corner. And when they touched it, it moved Paul Menard to the bottom. That's when he got on the flat part of the racetrack and then moved up the racetrack back into the 41. Logano with a great start.
Logano jumps out front. Kyle Busch second. Side by side for third now. And caution in turn number 1. A lot of smoke involved. Kurt Busch, Dale Earnhardt Jr. Saw smoke rolling out from behind the 88. Dale Earnhardt Jr. He was 25th. 7th caution already.
We talked about mistakes earlier in the day. Dale Earnhardt Jr. was caught speeding on pit road on one of the round of green flag pit stops. That mistake got him back here in traffic, and that's when you get caught up in these accidents. We're going to see here as they enter turn 1, 2, and 3 wide. There's just only so much room. The 13 comes down, catches the right front of the 88, spinning him around as he goes back up the racetrack. Really no one else involved as far as an impact goes, which is good for the 88. There's not a lot of damage.
Looks like Cole Witt in the 35 may have been on the inside of that 88 and caught the back end of it.
No, you're right. He absolutely did. It seemed like the 13 kind of forced the 88 down a lane, which is what Casey Mears is trying to do. He's trying to get into the corner in that middle lane as the 88 gets squeezed towards the bottom. Cole Witt, he's there. He's trying to hold his position. He feels he's up to the left rear tire of the 88. It's just an incident of too many cars in too small a space.
Right now, as far as Kyle Larson, there have been some caution laps that have to be factored in there, and we have a caution.
And that's why, if you're Paul Wolf and Brad Keselowski, you pitted early.
The big contact, it looks like, for the 33 of Alex Kennedy, attending to Alex Kennedy. If he was past that commitment line, past the orange cone and the yellow line on pit road before that red light came on, then he is good. And we see the 33 of Alex Kennedy driving off after the safety crews talked to him. He backed into the wall.
Yeah, I have to wonder, guys, at this same point in time, the 6 of Trevor Bayne has taken his car to the garage area. I didn't see any smoke. I couldn't see any fluid out of the car, but I don't know if the 6 broke on the racetrack and the 33 got in the fluid. I don't know if the 33 had an accident and the 6 broke something trying to avoid it. We're going to have to follow up on Trevor Bayne when he gets out of his car and see what's wrong with him. Looking at a 15-minute run.
Oh, we've got problems.
Oh, we've had an issue.
Eric Almirola and Paul Menard in the 27.
Yeah, that's down into turn 1. We're going to see this a lot today. Turn 1 is a heavy braking zone. There's damage on the right side of the 43. You see them smoking.
Paul Menard and Eric
Almirola. Sorry,
we have a problem.
Right.
These are both drivers that are doing their best to get into the chase. So problems early in a race is not what either one of these drivers needed.
Take a look at what just happened. Greg Biffle on the inside of the 43.
The 43 just gets loose on the outside of the 16. He's already turning back to the left, trying to keep his car. You see the 27. He's committed to that lane. He gets on the brakes hard, but at that speed, there's just nothing Paul Menard could do. He gets into the right front of the 43. A little bit of damage, has some tire smoke. You see here the 16 gets underneath the 43. And the 43, Jeff, you've mentioned this before all weekend long. The 43 looked like he was in control, but as the rear tires went up over that painted curb, it definitely got loose and he lost control.
We'll pit around lap 58 or so. Rick?
Thank you, Marty. Once again, the field behind the 2 of Brad Keselowski. Carl Edwards on his outside in row number 1. NASCAR reminded Brad Keselowski, we need a clean start out of you. And as he gets a clean start, they bottle up behind him. The 1 of Jamie McMurray.
Caution, 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 caution.
See a lot of damage to both the front and the rear of that 1 of McMurray.
And the 5 was also involved. Heavy damage on Casey Kane in the 5. He can't have this. After his trouble last week at Pocono, the 5 needed a good run. Jamie McMurray, though, another guy on the chase bubble. 2 chase contenders, trouble on this restart.
And as you mentioned a week ago, the 5 of Casey Kane having a terrible finish at Pocono. Really couldn't afford another bad finish if he wants to get in on points. This is almost forcing his hand with just 4 races to go before the chase that he will have to get a win. You see a lot more damage to that 32, driven by Boris Said.
See the 9 car on the restart. He just doesn't get going. I don't know if he misses shifts right there, misses shift. 20 had to slow up. Everybody just had to check up. The guys behind him couldn't see and ran into the back of each other. Watch right here. Watch the 1 car. 22, the 1 hits. The 27 hits the 1, and they all just pile into each other.
The 48 does a great job. Excuse me. That was, I think, the 40 of Landon Castle does a great job avoiding the 5 with the hood crumpled up. Yeah, you see right here, Landon Castle on the left side of your screen does a great job of not adding to the mess, being another car in the line.
And this is what we see at Watkins Glen and Sonoma for that matter. Restarts are so difficult. Somebody makes a mistake, everybody's in one spot, everybody's going straight versus into a corner, quick corner. People run into each other. Then when you do get to the corner, you're side by side. Restarts have always been an issue at Watkins Glen and Sonoma. Drive in the corner and actually get into the back of the 42 with Larson. He knocks him up out of the groove in the rubber. That slows his momentum down. Levin trying to get by him.
Oh, and the left front tire down for the 42.
Remember, they only put on right side tires, so that left side tire has had to run 125 laps. Just as we were saying, 2 tires was working, this is going to get the attention of the other crew chiefs on pit road.
Kyle Larson onto pit road, missed the commitment line. They've got to have at least the left side tires on that block. Look at the left front tire go down here on the 42.
And you can see it low. You can see the sidewall wrinkled up. You see the car sparking as it hits the racetrack. As the tire goes low, the car gets close to the ground. Obviously, got really lucky. He never hit anything too awful hard, I don't think. He made contact right there. It certainly didn't help anything. But considering you blew a tire, I don't think he hit the wall very hard. He hit it harder than I thought.
That's the second issue for drivers that have been running in the top 5 in just the last 15 laps. Saw Matt Kenseth with an engine expire. Matt Kenseth was the spring race winner here at Bristol. The
track actually rubbered up, even though there were maybe only a dozen cars here. That doesn't happen very often in a test, and we've got caution on the track. The data applied was my point.
47 of A.J. Allmendinger into the inside wall. So the caution comes out. Right rear tire looks to be down on the 47.
This is the first opportunity we've seen with a caution after a relatively short run where the leaders are really going to have to make a decision whether they need a pit or not, because the field is very spread. We have Kevin Harvick, who we just mentioned had a pit road penalty. Well, he's only up to 21st. There's only 23 cars in the lead lap, so it's very hard to recover. So there's going to be some split strategies here. It's going to be interesting to see what crew chiefs feel they need to make it to pit road.
And as you mentioned, how quick things happen. Pit road's already open, so a crew chief has to decide, do I want to bring my driver onto pit road? Take a look at what happened with the 47 of Allmendinger. Contact made by the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and around goes Allmendinger. And a little contact there. The 55 goes around. David Reagan into the inside wall. Caution comes out again. And they pile up as well. The 15 in turn 4 also sideways. So potentially, somebody got into the back of the 15. Let's take another look at what happened. There was some contact made between the 55 and the 48 there.
The 48 came down running that line we've been talking about. The 55 was under him. He hit the 55, got the 55 low, and the 15 ran into him. So just kind of a chain reaction. But it all started with the 48 car turning left and trying to run off the corner in that lower line.
Yeah, the last thing Clint Boyer wants to do is get into his teammate, but he's against the apron. If he goes any farther low at full speed, he's going to crash both cars. It's really just a chain reaction. Really, Jimmy Johnson pushing the 2 of them down. I mean, that's Bristol. Jimmy's protecting his position against the 55. The 15's underneath the 55. There's just really not enough real estate on the racetrack.
Let's ride along with Clint Boyer.
Come on. Hit man. Outside. Yells out, inside.
And the 2 of Brad Keselowski got into the 15.
Yeah, the 2 is to his left rear quarter panel. It just looked like Clint wasn't real.
Looking to the inside of the 48s, and the caution has come out again. have another restart. This time the 24. And the 22 will make up the front row. 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. hit the wall. That was the reason for the caution. You see some damage to the front right side of that car.
Benefactor of that's Austin Dillon. See on the top of the screen, Austin Dillon, the lucky dog, who hit the free pass right here.
Just before the 17 gets into the wall, take a look. Teammate. 6 of Trevor Bayne getting into the 17, and now we see 17 way out of shape.
Damn, a little bit of damage on the 70.
Around early into the apron is a 55. David Reagan slides onto the apron, back up in front of the field.
Yeah. Spun around, get it spun around here.
And the caution comes out before they get out of turn 1.
There he is, Kyle Busch. He was so far behind the pack. I mean, he was a half a straightaway behind the last car. He was anticipating that wreck. I spoke to him last night. He said, Jeff, they're going to wreck on lap 1. I'm telling you, they're going to do it. That's why he was saying so far back. Smart move.
Yeah, I mean, he knows he has a competition caution coming in lap 20. He's confident he's not going to lose a lap. We talk about the points and making the chase. He has the wins. Now he just needs the points. A crash early would be devastating to this 18 car.
Take another look at what happened. This is going through turn 1. David Reagan in the 55.
So he's on the bottom of the racetrack. The car just comes around. That's the car on the outside of you is always pulling air off. And when you have these great big spoilers and you have these rear fascias, the change between being behind somebody and next to somebody is really, really big. So it just pulled all the downforce off the car, and David Reagan lost it.
You know, what happens when you put this big rear spoiler on the car is you depend on a lot of side force, which is basically the right rear quarter panel. You're leaning against it like a crutch. You're leaning on it in the corner. But when a car goes to your outside, what do? They kick that crutch out from underneath you. You lose the grip, the right rear slides, and that's what you saw with David Reagan. He started to spin to the bottom.
And he was loose. I mean, he was loose almost before he even got to the corner. And really, really early in the corner, he was loose. And think about it. This is on a start. They're not running 199, 198 miles an hour yet. This is on the start of the race. So as the speed picks up, it will only get worse.
Let's see you clear middle. You see him up there. There you go. Come on. Spin on the bottom. Spin on the bottom. You're clear.
As you want, but you have to be good at the restarts. There's still 3 wide.
That was a really odd restart. It looked like to me that Evers never got going. He just didn't get going for some reason. Trouble.
And behind him, they're sliding around. The 15 of Clint Boyer can't afford to have a bad finish. Kicks into the inside wall.
Get it rolling when you can. Get it rolling when you can.
Little damage to the back of the 15. He cannot afford to have a bad finish. In the top 16 in points, but barely. Take a look at what happened as they came out of turn number 2. Steve, you mentioned they were staying 3 wide through the turns.
Yeah, right here in the middle of the pack, the 15 car trying to find some room, trying to make it 3 wide. Thinks he's clear up to the right, starts to move up against the wall. Ryan Newman's there, catches him in the right rear quarter panel, turns him into the outside wall, and from there it's just a slide back to the inside.
He tried to let off the brakes, get it turned. He knew he was going to hit that inside wall. He tried to get it off. He's back in the gas right there, but couldn't keep it off the inside wall. And again, as you mentioned, 15 car and Clint Boyer, they do not need a bad race. They were running well. The performance was good, but this wreck is really going to hurt their opportunity to make the chase.
He was running 11th when the accident happened. 63 points ahead of 17th. So he's got a little bit of cushion, but he's way too close to that cut line for a problem.
See, he looks a little bit underneath the 42. I think they hit. I don't think he tried to go to the outside of the 42. I think they made contact, and that moved him up to the outside. You saw him turn the wheel the other way after he got hit in the right rear quarter panel.
Mike.
And guys, you can see all the work being done to the rear of this race car. Lots of sheet metal damage at the very least. Meanwhile, crew members looking underneath to assess suspension damage. They're working on the right side first, but man, there's a lot of damage on this race car that needs to be fixed. They're going to try to do it here on pit road, but it could be quite the repair job to do here. But they're giving it a good effort, trying to rip that rear fascia off, trying to get it back out of the racetrack without losing very much time. But it certainly looks like a big project, Kelly. Moments ago, I counted the number of people working on this race car. I counted unofficially 19 people, and it seems like that crowd has gotten even bigger since I counted. So obviously, it's pretty important to get this car back out there.
Possibility of a championship. Tony Stewart sliding out of turn number 4. And the caution comes out again.
He was one of those cars that were running extremely hard for that chase spot. He was 21st when he spun, or excuse me, not the chase, the lucky dog. The 20th was the free pass car. He had to get up in front of Casey Kane.
So the 5 of Casey Kane is now going to get the free pass and will be back on the lead lap.
That'll help the points. A lot more in front of him now that he's on the lead lap.
But he's got to take advantage of it. You know, they've got to find a way to get a good finish out of this. Boyer's having trouble. They've got to take advantage of this opportunity.
And there's what's happening with Clint Bowyer. The 15 car in the garage as they continue to work not only on the front but the rear of that car. Here's Tony Stewart coming through 3 and 4.
Gets up the racetrack, just gets loose. Car comes around, stays in the throttle to keep him going up against the wall. Then he locks it down. Never hit anything.
And no one hit him. A 1-car incident that brings out the 7th caution of the day. 10 is the record number of cautions at Michigan. We still have 64 laps to go.
You know, there's a skill to this. He is once he got out of control, he didn't quit driving. He saw 21 get in the wall trying to avoid him, but Tony didn't quit driving. He stayed in the throttle. Once he had the car in a position where he knew it wasn't going to go back up against the wall, then he just locked it down.
The drivers' names, if you see a green line, that means that they have won. And around goes the 48. Jimmy Johnson around again.
Looks like he has damage on the right front.
And the caution comes out for the 8th time. Damage to the right front of the 48. He was running 22nd and into the first stall, which is their stall. David Reagan in the 55 will receive the free pass as they will go to work on the 48.
That splitter bar is pushed back. That's what he was hitting with that large hammer. That bar is really tough, though. It takes a lot of force to bend one back towards the right front tire. Really, you see how much more difficult it was to get the right front tire out. Really, really hard to try to get bent back forward.
And that splitter bent over beneath the car as well. Take another look at what happened.
Just lost it all by himself, like we saw Tony Stewart do, very similar. They got in the grass, and the grass is what damaged the nose. So he lost it all by himself, and the penalty for being in the grass, it just destroyed the front end, much like we saw with Kyle Busch in practice. But, you know, this team isn't in sync. They're not running well. They don't have the speed. They're making mistakes. You know, they've found a way every year to be better when the chase started, but they're not in sync right now. A bit of a problem for the drivers. Will be in their eyes for a little while. It's going to set quickly, but just for a little bit, getting into turn 3, it's going to be a problem.
And around goes the 25 of Chase Elliott. Also with him, the 35. So as we just saw Cole Witts involved in a little bit of a scuffle. Chase Elliott also going around. And the caution comes out for the first time.
And that's some of the penalty that you strike. The 25 had to go to the back because of a rear gear. Puts him at the back of the pack after a good qualifying effort. This is the issue with traffic at Darlington. It's so narrow, it's so easy to get caught up into an accident. You see the 34 also has damage.
Brett Moffitt in the 34 with the damage on that car. A lot of sheet metal damage to the left rear. Already the left rear tire down. Let's take a look at what happened.
coming off turn 4. The 34 had trouble, had to get out of the throttle, and everybody behind him just didn't get slowed up enough. That's a typical Darlington wreck. That's probably not the last time we're going to see it. It's just so hard to see in front of you here because you're turning at such an angle, and the closing rate is so high. When somebody has to lift off the throttle, you're going so fast in that part of the racetrack, these guys just couldn't get slowed up.
25 of Chase Elliott got caught up in it. Cole Witt into the inside wall here. Safer barriers on both the inside and outside walls here at Darlington. The modern technology of the safer barriers. You know, the track's 65 years old.
So he got in the outside wall, then he got into the 35 and chasing the 25 car. He just could not get slowed up. There's nothing he could do.
Now, Rick, we're talking about, throwback Darlington. One thing about this weekend that's been a throwback is this tire that Goodyear has brought has been soft, grippy tire, and this track has aged since the repave. It's wearing extremely quick and losing speed extremely quick. So even after 6 laps, there's a percentage of this field that have to consider coming down to get new tires.
Getting a good, long, what we expected to see at the very outset of the race. Oh, we've got number 46 looping it down into the inside. And the driver, Michael Annett. Michael Annett in trouble. The Iowa kid, 33rd. And having difficulties trying to make this track work for him. That's the problem here. You can't depend on the racetrack. You talk about transitions helping the drivers. Well, both of you know this track is no help at all. The track is your enemy as much as the other 42 other competitors.
Yeah, it certainly becomes your enemy as time goes by and these tires get worn out.
Take a look. We're going to see in a moment what happened to Michael Annett.
You can see there's certainly not going to be contact, just getting loose. That's just what happens. And probably the car, you're trying to power up as much as you can right there, and just steps out. Yeah, slow. It's what the low downforce package is kind of designed to do. You don't have that pushing down and helping you with that stability that you really want.
44 laps of green, and you saw Menard in the 27 had the right synced.
Yeah, not exactly the caution flag at this time that Carl Edwards and Casey Kane were looking for as they made green flag pit stops. They were hoping that they would cycle through a green flag run before a caution may happen.
So the pits are open, gentlemen?
Everybody will come down. Yep.
Pardon?
Everybody will be coming down this time.
Well, here's Michael Annett limping onto pit road. Flat spotted a little, I would say. Coming back, Ned. It's grown and gotten better, but that sense that on a working man's holiday, Labor Day, this is their track. Oh, the number 33 is up on the fence. Number 33, that is that Mike Bissell. What? Look at that. Now there's a stripe for you, friends. That's Darlington. Hello.
Yeah, right front down.
Back in 37th position. It's so hard to get used to this racetrack. You have all those years learning your skills in this event. And then Darlington comes along, and no matter how you work at it, he'll just reach out, grab you.
It's got nothing that prepares you for this place. It's so totally different. You've talked about, Ken, how different the two ends are. Let's see what happens. Mike Bliss here gets down in the corner. Looks like, gosh, that's certainly looking like a tire went down there or something. Because it wouldn't turn. You see that happen a lot. The car just take off, but it certainly looked like that he just wasn't able to get it turned. I don't know if he had a tire that had been going down, and then that contributed to his problem.
Certainly that's the way it looked.
It didn't matter if it was Pearson. It didn't matter if it was Ricky Craven. I don't think it would have mattered if it was the Jarretts. When you walked into this place, the first thing you said when you looked at this track is, what have I got myself into?
A lot of movement back in the field. This is just like the cautions we had earlier in the night. The field is split. We had 9 or 10 cars decide to stay out. From about 10th on back, they come to get tires. We've had another crash.
Already, the 26 to 33. Bliss again involved in an incident. J.J. Yaley this time also caught up into the wall. We see a lot of right side damage for J.J. Yaley. 6th caution of the night coming out.
Jumped sideways the wrong direction halfway down the back straightaway.
Michael Annett, a lot of damage to the left side. As we heard Ken Squire mention, this track is the most difficult to try to get around, to try to understand, and so many drivers get caught up into the wall and other cars.
Of course, on a restart, everybody's packed up trying to earn positions because that's the time to get it. So people are very aggressive. If something does happen on a restart, everybody's in one big pack and it takes a lot of cars.
The whole left side, the 46 ripped off of Michael Annette's car.
And the biggest concern there, you see it all over the racetrack, that blue energy absorbent foam. It's required, Rick, to be in the race car to run. So the 46, even if they come to pit road and they can repair that door and put the sheet metal back on, NASCAR will require them to have that blue foam installed as well. It's a safety initiative NASCAR started years ago. It's part of the rule book. You have to have it in your car to be on the racetrack.
See the 26 getting work done, J.J. Yaley. Take a look at what happened.
Yeah, we talk about how narrow Darlington is. Well, this is what happens when people have issues. It collects other people because there's just nowhere to go, especially at the speeds they're running around this 1.3-mile oval. The groove, while the track might seem wide with that big, large apron, that running groove is very narrow.
Harvick able to stay strong on the outside and keep that spot. Keselowski once again leading laps, and around goes the 48. Jimmy Johnson coming in front of the grandstands, gets sideways. The 7th caution of the night comes out.
And this is the product, Rick. The 48.
Good job.
The 48 was one of the cars that pitted on the caution, a caution to go, around lap 121. When you have those new tires, 10 laps fresher than the leaders, Jeff, you have to push and push hard. Joey Logano and Jimmy Johnson were very aggressive through 3 and 4.
So they were coming through 3 and 4. And the 48 sideways in front of the grandstands here at Darlington. Take a look.
So 48 on the bottom, 3 of 22 on the bottom of the 48. 48 comes down on the 22. Basically spun himself out.
We'll ride along with Denny Hamlin to see the view that he had of this spin.
Yeah, you see Joey Logano outside, just looking for real estate. He has those fresh tires.
Just the 88, one behind him.
Jimmy turns down across really the nose of the 22. Probably had no idea the 22. While he knew he was back there, he probably didn't know exactly where he was at. You know, he's kind of in that blind spot right off the left rear corner. And Jimmy really, to your point, Jeff, comes down on the 22.
You're fine. Caution's out.
And that's one thing that we don't think about Darlington running 3 wide. You know, it's just something you've never heard of. But now that this bottom groove works so well, you know, the 22 did nothing wrong. Joey Logano was in his position. He never changed lanes. I just don't think Jimmy Johnson realized he was there or even expected that he would be there. But
Yellow car has been a fan favorite this weekend. He was at a really loose car up, and now we've got Trevor Bayne who spun out. Right?
Trevor Bayne around, and that brings out the caution for the 8th time. A lot of damage to the left side of the number 6.
He was real slow down the back straightaway, like he had a tire coming down, was trying to get on pit road and spun. And now he's chosen to continue going around, trying not to get a lap down.
Last time, most of the cars were on pit road, lap 110. We've gone 55 laps since then. Everyone will be back on pit road with this caution coming out. A.J. Allmendinger getting the free pass. Still have yet to get to halfway of this one. We've already seen 8 cautions.
Yeah, Jeff, as you mentioned, the 6 was slow down the backstretch like he had a flat tire. Well, maybe this is where it came from. The 3 checks up. The 6 has to get checked up, and Danica Patrick has kind of nowhere to go. Gets into the left side of the 6 of Trevor Bayne, perhaps cutting one of those left side tires.
So some damage also to the right side of the 10 for Danica Patrick.
Again, Danica held her line. Trevor Bayne, I think he turned left trying to avoid the 3 car.
And then after that contact, the left side tires go down on the Trevor Bayne car. Like you said, Jeff, trying to get the pit road, and with a flat left rear tire. This track is slick. Take air out of one of the tires, it's impossible.
Rain in the area, so it's a cool night with a breeze blowing. So they've added tape to the grill of this 2-car twice tonight. Problems for Danica Patrick.
Smoking out of the back of the 10 for Danica Patrick.
4 tires, fix the damage.
She's down on the apron.
Yeah, and it's still under green. She's staying off the race. Well, now she's coming up closer to the racing groove, throwing some tire rubber off. NASCAR will be looking at that.
Yeah, a lot of debris.
For a caution.
A lot of debris coming off the car, and I'm sure she wants to get a caution so that she doesn't lose too many laps here. But NASCAR telling her to get down off of the racing surface and onto the apron as she comes onto pit road. We stay green.
She has so much damage. She needs more than just 4 tires here. She's got a lot of, you see the right front bent in pretty badly. She's made heavy contact. See the right front wheel camber in it, how much is leaning in at the top. That's big damage.
And the caution comes out for the 9th time. Debris from the 10 car. After looking a little closer at the racing surface, NASCAR
Sorry, I just got loose.
making the decision to throw the caution, and we just heard driver Danica Patrick say she just got loose. Let's take a look at what happened.
See her, she's on the bottom of the racetrack in turns 3 and 4. Goes to accelerate. Car just gets away from her. She has to chase it up the racetrack and ends up with heavy contact.
Yeah, that's a backup car. Remember, Jeff, she also had an accident qualifying, so that's the 2nd car of the weekend for Danica. This is a tough place, Rick. The lady in black doesn't care if you're running first or running 15th. And this is how easily it can happen. You see, she's just trying to get the power down, just trying to accelerate off the corner. One wiggle, but Darlington, you're already so close to the wall. There's no room to save it. A big correction. She has no choice but to turn the wheel to the right, Jeff. The car goes right up the track into the wall.
Field once again lining up against the outside wall, and around goes the 17. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. out of turn number 4 gets into the inside wall. Caution coming out again.
I got a little pressure.
That will be the end of the night for Stenhouse Jr.
It's really disappointing. You see the throwback paint scheme in honor of David Pearson. And they were running well. They had a good weekend. They qualified well, had good practices. They weren't running for the lead, but this team is trying to find a way to be competitive, and they were having a competitive night tonight.
Yeah, he had kind of accordioned up and back through the field. He was 17th at the time of the incident. You heard him say he has no oil pressure, so he obviously has punctured the radio. You see right here, just inside Clint Boyer, it's just so hard. Has a lot of wheel in it, Jeff. While he's trying to get the power down, it just spins around on him.
Yeah, that's a bad situation to be underneath another car, digging really hard. You have all the air being taken off the rear spoiler. On top of that, there was a little bit of contact between the 2 cars, but that doesn't help anything either. So just 2 cars racing hard on a restart. That's just a racing accident. I mean, we have accidents in racing because people are trying to pass each other and go, and a lot of times everybody wants to point the finger and say he did this, he did that. Sometimes wrecks just happen when you have good close racing.
And we've talked earlier about the limit on tires. With only 4 laps on the tires right there, I expect all the leaders to stay out. While they would probably love to have tires, I don't think you can afford to put them on with this many laps still to go.
And just after that 17 got into the wall, the 98 and the 7 got into each other.
And that was a big hit. Those guys got together really hard.
TJ Bell in the 98 and the 7 driven by Alex Bowman. So a lot of damage to both cars.
This race looks like to me the kind of race is, oh, we got to spin.
Around goes.
You're rolling straight. You're rolling it straight.
The 16 of Greg Biffle. We saw the 18 of Kyle Busch behind him. And the caution comes out for the 11th time tonight.
Did we get anything? Looks like all the tires are up here. Wow.
So Greg Biffle, after having such a strong car on Friday, troubles on Saturday in qualifying, got into the outside wall, did not have a good qualifying effort, and has been fighting all night to try to make up for that, get back up toward the front. Now that makes all 3 Roush cars having issues in the last 50 laps. The 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. was checked and released from the infield care center. Trying to get a glimpse of what took place with Biffle. Already sideways and way down the track was Kyle Busch.
I wonder if we talked about it all night long, how tight things are getting into turn one. And
they were sideways.
Like that's what happened.
Yep. Both cars were next to each other.
No leave, pull the left side skirt out.
He came onto pit road under the most recent caution at 2:08, and Chase Elliott into the wall hard. The successor to Jeff Gordon. Chase Elliott looks like his night might be done. His father, Bill Elliott, had such success at this racetrack.
Blew right front there.
You heard him say he blew right front, so he feels that he lost the right front tire. That's why he got into the wall. We'll see here on the replay how it looks, but he had made a nice recovery from the earlier accident. Remember now, though, he stayed out earlier on this last caution. He had a few more laps on his tires, but you have to do something to try to make a recovery. Yeah, you see there's definitely some broken parts. The left front turned all the way to the right. You see the fluid on the racetrack.
Now come on down, come on down.
Yeah, fluid coming out. A lot of damage on the right front of that car.
Yeah, you see the 25 is already up into the wall. The left front tire is turning to the right. Even as a young driver, he understands he needs to stay up in the wall. He doesn't want to come back across traffic. And that's the disappointing part of this is why is Chase Elliott in this 25 car here at Darlington? Because he's trying to get experience. He's taking over the 24 next year for Jeff Gordon. That memorable 24 with so much success. There has to be pressure on this young man to perform. Hendrick Motorsports has determined they're going to enter in some races this year, places to get him laps. He needs to try to run on laps, but this is the type of night he has to learn how to race. These are what happened.
He said, I'm telling you guys, on a scale of 1 to 10 with damage, I hit a 5.
Sideways goes Bain.
Watch pit wall, yellow's out, yellow's out. Spawn off a forward here.
Kelly.
And just moments ago, we heard Trevor Bayne come over the radio. They said they thought they had a right rear tire rub. It was starting to smoke. They think some of that sheet metal had been pushed in from damage earlier in the race. And now we see Trevor Bayne going around and headed to pit road.
He needs to back it down a bit, otherwise he's going to go around again. There you see Jack Roush in the hat.
The bottom here, stay down the bottom.
NASCAR telling him to stay at the bottom of the track.
See the 6, bottom of the racetrack. Comes up the racetrack. The 5 of Casey Kane had some momentum coming. Just pulled up in front of him. Casey ran in the back of him.
A lot of right rear damage to the 6. Greg Biffle almost sliding up. Could have been 2 Roush Fenway cars involved in that one.
Now the right rear quarter panel was shoved into the right rear tire. Now the right rear tire goes down. And Trevor spins.
It looked as though he was trying to get back around and potentially get onto pit road, but when the caution comes out, they close pit road. So he had to make his way all the way around the racetrack.
So let the guy go. Don't race. We got to.
Car into the wall, the 55. David Reagan into the inside wall on the front stretch. And that brings the caution out for the 14th time. Again, cars were just on pit road on lap 247. Some were, others weren't. They stayed out. Joey Logano was 230. Danica Patrick came back out onto the track after being in the garage.
David was running 14th. He was having a good night. We'd seen him run well, had a good qualifying effort, ran well in practice.
And we've seen other drivers coming off of turn 4 get around. We saw the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. do it. Now the 55 of David Reagan has done it.
Now he has to be very careful because you see the right front tires flat on the 55 and you see those sparks. While that can be some of the nose structure and the splitter structure, it can also be part of the suspension. If that's the sway bar arm or part of the lower control arm or any of that's dragging on the racetrack, with him being on the front stretch currently having to go all the way around the racetrack, you can drag through some very important parts of the suspension and make the repairs even longer than they need to be.
This is what happened to David Reagan through 3 and 4 and onto the front stretch.
Got loose leaving the corner, looked like. Maybe trying to make a move on Jimmy Johnson. And again, a little bit like Danica leaving the corner right there, trying to lay the throttle down. Back end just came around on him.
Crew Chief Rodney Children today, he was looking at that 22 car, saying they were loose. We got a big wreck on the front stretch, guys.
55 once again, David Reagan. And he brings out the 15th caution. We are closing in on that record of 17 cautions.
27, he's racing for the chase.
Brought up the 27, and Paul Menard, one of those drivers on the bubble. Doesn't have a win, trying to get points. David Reagan, damage on the right side. Menard was behind him, and into the wall he put him.
Those are the type of accidents you see later in the race. That's just frustration. There's really no good reason for that. You know, Paul Menard looks like he's looking underneath him. The 55 comes down to the bottom of the racetrack. The 27, I know he has momentum, Jeff, but he has pedals in the race car. You know, he chooses to get into the back of the 55, maybe not meaning to spin him out, but at least push him, try to carry some momentum down the front stretch. It was too much. The 55 couldn't handle it.
Is this a big break for the 18 of Kyle Busch?
Well, he's definitely lost his track position, but he did stay on the lead lap. Now he's back on sequence with the leaders, but it doesn't look like all the leaders are going to pit.
And how about the flames from underneath the 55 and David Reagan? He's out of the car. And Harvick has closed the gap now between he and Brad Keselowski up front. Top two separated by just under 2 car lengths, and around goes the 41 of Kurt Busch, trying to save it. The field slowing behind him. He slides and the caution comes out again. We tie the record.
Right here, bud. We'll come get 4 tires on you here.
So Kurt Busch is going to get 4 tires. Would it be an advantage for anyone else to come to pit road now? As they were only on pit road 4 laps ago, and really only 2 laps under caution, or under green.
I think with only 2 laps at this point, you're going to stay out towards the back of the field. You might come try to get cooler tires, but anybody in the top 25, you've worked hard for this track position. We're inside the fuel window. Tires are important, but they're not important enough to come this soon.
Running third, and the 78 got in the back of him.
78 just got in there a little bit too deep. The 41 lifted a little bit early. You could see the brake rotors glowing on the 78. He was on the brakes trying to avoid him, but he just misjudged how the 41 was going to slow down.
Kyle Larson's vantage point. He also had to check up hard onto the brakes to avoid running into the back of Martin Truex Jr. Carl Edwards in the RS19 taking the low line to try to clear everyone, but a smoke screen put out by that 41 of Kurt Busch. Dave?
And Martin Truex, talking to his crew over the radio, said, I had no idea he was going to slow down that fast. I just ran him over.
You want to make this happen, you cannot overdrive these race cars.
It is an absolute barn burner. As we get down to the final laps here, under 13 laps to go, you mentioned the new race package. And we got a spin in turn 1 and 2.
Oh my goodness.
Jeff Burton in the 23 is going to bring the caution out for a new record.
All right, now we know we have a short run, so these crew chiefs are instantly making some adjustments. Hopefully they were ahead of the game. Put some more air in the tires. You know you're going to run less than 10 laps on this set. You need to put a balanced setup in the car for 10 laps. You're not worried about a 50-lap run anymore.
And pit crews, pressure's on the pit crews. You've got to come out in the first 2 rows.
There are 25 cars on the lead lap. All lead lap cars have their first opportunity on pit road. I want to take a look at what happened with Jeff Burton to bring out the caution. This is the 18th and record most cautions here in the Southern 500.
He was underneath the 48, kind of in the middle of the racetrack, and it just gets loose. We've seen that a bunch today, being loose underneath another car.
We've talked about these drivers being in these race cars for over 4 hours. Well, guess what? The pit crews have been standing there all day long. They've had a lot of pit stops, more than most
more than we normally see. They've got to be
78 of Martin Truex Jr. going into turn number 1, got into the wall. As you see the right side of that car, you'll see it's flat. The tires are up, so it doesn't look as though a tire went down, but he did get into the wall.
Well, at the same time, the 98 of Reed Sorensen had an issue getting into turn 1. I wonder if he didn't put down some oil, Rick, and the 78 get into it. But we talk about Richmond being the action track. That's how quick the action can happen. The 78 running at 14th, you think that's a safe place to be? It's not. There's no safe place around this racetrack.
The damage to the right side of that car happened when the 98 of Timmy Hill, his car went south on him and put some fluid down. And so we saw multiple cars sliding up the racetrack.
Yeah, we have a great view right here from Denny Hamlin's car. You see the 31. See him drive in the corner. Watch the back end come around on him. He's loose in the oil. 78 behind him. He got loose. The 31 was able not to get in the wall. 78 had to chase his up the racetrack, and he ended up making contact.
And I think you're right on the money there, Jeff. You heard what he said in Countdown. He said, look, I don't want to be the weak link. He put it on himself, so he knows that he's got to go out there and perform, and that's what he's been doing so far tonight. Started 25th all the way up to 3rd as crossing on the track.
46 goes around. That's Michael Annett. He'll bring out the 3rd caution. Happened on the backstretch.
We hit pretty hard. It's a 23, I'm sure you know. We're smoking hard here. Go to the bottom here. Go to the bottom. Go to the bottom. Coming to you guys.
He is on pit road. A lot of damage to the right side of that car.
We're going to have to go to the garage. We're going to have to go to the garage. Got a lot of damage there.
43, Eric Almirola will get the free pass. Take a look at how the 46 got all this damage.
Yeah, the 46 of Michael Annett. Right here you see behind both cars of Jeb Burton and Michael McDowell. Michael McDowell gets into the 23, moves him up the racetrack. They come off somewhat 3 wide. And then Jeb Burton doesn't look like he carries it all the way out to the wall. Kind of runs maybe a half a groove off the wall. Maybe didn't know the 26 or the 46, excuse me, was back there. That's a Richmond type incident. You know Jeb knows the 95 is there. He doesn't go all the way up to the wall, but the 46 also comes all the way up. That's short track racing, and the 46 is going to be disappointed with Jeb Burton. Jeb's going to feel that he gave him enough room, but you see right there, Jeb's about 2 or 3 feet off the wall. Nothing wrong with that, except Michael Annett was assuming he was going to have those 2 or 3 feet. They come in contact, and that's a hard place to hit here at Richmond. You see the soft wall absorbing the impact. That, angle of that wall can be a hard place to hit. Jeff Gordon hit there years ago with no soft wall. Richmond, just like a lot of tracks we've seen this year, doing a great job continuing to add soft wall. Anywhere you can make contact, they're trying to cover.
The screen. Jamie McMurray choosing that high line early, and around goes the 47, and Denny Hamlin also involved. A.J. Allmendinger, Denny Hamlin bringing out the first caution.
We talked about it at the top of the show. Where Denny Hamlin started, he started towards the back of the field. He had worked his way up to 23rd, but when you put yourself behind like that, he didn't look like he had anything to do with the initial spin. It looked like it was A.J. Allmendinger who got sideways, but it's very hard, Jeff, for everybody to get slowed down. Fortunately for Denny Hamlin, it doesn't look like any damage.
He's going to go ahead and pit. No, actually, he's not going to pit. But yeah, I don't think they hit anything. I think the big danger here is you got to start in the back. You got to start in the back of the pack anyway. I'm not sure I wouldn't have gone ahead and pit versus riding around here and putting 4 tires trying and maybe tear their fenders up. I think the wiser move would have just been to hit pit road.
I completely agree, Jeff. I think he needed to be on pit road because now we talked about this. There's no damage, but this is a big risk right here riding around on flat tires.
Let's take a look at what happened. This is lap 2. Denny Hamlin down low on the track.
He was way on the bottom. I don't think the 47 ever saw he was there. He was so low getting into the corner. I just don't think that he knew he was there, and he just went to go to the bottom and just had no idea he was going to be there. Then all these cars, everybody did a great job. Here's the 11 car right in the middle of the racetrack. Nobody hits him. No contact anywhere. The biggest damage for the 11, he's going to be, you see this is from the 43. You see the 11 making the move, getting into 3. Yeah, 47 had no idea he was there.
And we heard Martin Truex Jr., I think, make it very simple. You can't win the championship today, but you definitely can lose it. Denny Hamlin aggressive on lap 2, trying to make a pass.
And again, aggressive racing is what we're going to see. But then when something happens, how do you respond to it? And the 11 car not pitting right there, that's going to put them in a hole. They're going to be a lap down now. They could have come on pit road, put 4 tires on it, not had any more damage to the car, drive right around, start in the back, which you're going to start in the back anyway. So when something happens to you, you have to respond to it correctly. You can't panic. You can't get in the mode, oh my God, I got to keep from going a lap down. You just got to deal with the situation at hand.
And by that, the pit road was closed when he was initially there, but you say Ryan Newman, Austin Dillon, the top 10. And slow is the 3 of Austin Dillon. Caution comes out again.
Oh, you just heard him say the right front blew. It's early in the run.
Trying to get it to the bottom here. There's 2 more coming, 3 more coming. We'll come to the pit road right here. Come to your pit stop.
Hits the wall. And now a very smart decision for everyone who took the wave around.
Really too bad. Austin Dillon and his team had so much speed really all weekend long. You see right here the smoke where the car comes down the racetrack. The right front tire loses air. That smoke is the car traveling a little bit more as a splitter and maybe the left front rub right here on board with Kyle Larson. Just looks like it loses air, Jeff. He must have run something over this soon after a pit stop. You can't imagine the tire would be damaged. He must have just hit something on the racetrack.
He was running 10th on the lead lap.
You wonder this soon after pit stop if perhaps, you know, the valve stem, you can hit that sometimes with the lug nut or with the air wrench, and you can not break it clean off, but crack it enough that air will start to come out, and you won't know. The driver has no idea he has that leak until this, unfortunately.
And what if it's still smoking? You can see.
Well, we've talked about restarts. Jimmy Johnson gets a big wiggle off turn 2, and the 41 of Kurt Busch comes by.
Yeah, he got really tight. Oh, there it is.
Around goes the 4.
Hold the brake, hold the brake. Stay up there.
A lot of damage to the back of that car.
And this is what we talked about. This is what we said at the top of the show. The pressure of these decisions.
Real slow here. Real slow.
Major damage to the back of the 4 for Kevin Harvick.
Hurt pretty bad here, guys.
Harvick stopped on the racetrack so that he could make it onto pit road.
So let's go all the way back to what happened. The 4 crashed because he had a flat left rear tire. How did the left rear tire go down? It all started on the restart. We've talked about restarts, the restart zone, how important it is to accelerate out of the restart zone. Well, right here, as they leave the restart zone, the 4 doesn't get the greatest of runs. The 48 of Jimmy Johnson goes underneath them. Jimmy tries to come back up at the racetrack, Jeff, but the 4 tries to hold him down there.
Yeah, it looked like to me the 4 got a good start. It's just the 48 got a better start, and the 22 was pushing him. You know, you get a guy, here you go. See the 22? He's pushing him. Actually turns him left.
Jimmy forces his way back on the racetrack. And the 4, you see, he doesn't want to give him the lane. He can move up to the middle, but Kevin Harvick tries to force him down. We saw it smoke for a few laps. We wondered if it was getting better, and this is the result. As Kevin Harvick turns down into turn 3, the left rear tire is down. There's nothing at that point Kevin Harvick can do. Unfortunately, now this is a major, major hurdle for this 4 car in race 1 of the playoffs.
And lead lap cars coming on to pit road. The 48 on pit road is
already thinking about, you know, 6, 7 races down the road. How can we use this race to help us in the future? Every other team here has to decide this race could determine our future.
And into the wall is the 43 of Eric Almirola, and the caution will come out.
That hurt.
Was running 16th. Anytime you see a car up against the wall like that, you normally think a right front tire goes down, especially after a comment like what we just heard Eric Almirola say. That hurt. Probably didn't have any warning as to when that was going to go on him.
These long straights here, when if you do have a problem with the right front, the angle of impact is always is tough. It always you don't hit head on, but you hit at an angle that really hurts. You heard him say how it hurt, and that doesn't surprise me.
You see a lot of fluid coming out from underneath the car. Let's take a look at what happened.
Yeah, he's already in the wall, but you can see there's he obviously had something go wrong, and you know, where he is against the wall at that point, there's nothing he can do. You know, he's along for the ride and gets up against the wall, and the wall I always describe as the wall just eats the car. It just like grabs the car and it won't let go of it. We saw his window net down, which is a sign to the officials that, hey, I'm okay.
Yeah, Jeff, you mentioned it. You know, this track and its design, it's a lot like Martinsville. It's a true paperclip, straight straightaways and round corners. You see here Eric Almirola at the end of the front stretch as he enters turn 1. The car starts to turn, and then just goes straight at that point. It stopped turning, it's heading up the racetrack, he gets into the wall, and much like you said, Jeff, it's the angle of the impact, you know. And a big rounder track like a Charlotte, even though you're going much faster, you kind of get that wide entry and you're running parallel to the wall a little bit more. Here, you're running almost 90 degrees into that turn 1 wall, so when you do have an issue, the angle's real high, which definitely doesn't make it any better.
That's a good sight, though, seeing Eric get out of the car. Dale Earnhardt Jr. also is going to go by Denny. And way up against the wall was the 14 of Tony Stewart. And it's the left front that he has an issue with. Just as we mentioned, a tire rub turning into a little bit more.
And it's so difficult for the teams to make the decision. You know, the driver can smell the tire rubbing, he can see the smoke, but you don't know how much damage is being done to the tire. It's just such a difficult decision to make.
And as awful as this is going to say, this is going to be less of a penalty than pitting under green. So you see it goes flat way down on the straightaway. That allows a great miss by Kyle Larson, but that allows the 14 not to get into the wall. And now he's actually going to be able to pit under caution and not lose a lap. So it's risk versus reward. Fortunately, it went down in an area where Tony Stewart didn't have more damage happen to the race car, but short of anything underneath the car coming loose because of that flat tire, he's going to be just fine.
I think this might be the initial contact right there between the 78 and the 14, but there was already a little bit of smoke there out of the right rear, it looked like also, or excuse me, the left rear. Caution is out. Kyle Busch was into the wall. Now he is behind the wall and in the garage. They will have to go and do a lot of work to the right side of this car, especially the suspension on the right front. The right front wheel locked up as he went into the garage. Take a look.
Obviously, he's got, most likely there's a right front tire down. Don't know if he ran over something or possibly melted a bead. A lot of braking you can use here. You can actually melt the inside edge of the tire. So not sure which it was, but certainly it looks like to me a tire going down. Yep, there. So
yeah, you can see the hood pop when the tire went down.
Kyle Busch won here in July. Now he's behind the wall, the first chaser with.
And when we talk about cars that handle good and will they handle in traffic, on the last restart, Kevin.
Oh, into the wall goes the 10. And 10 is hit as well as she was coming back down the track. Danica Patrick. Looked as though the 55 of David Reagan made contact with Danica as she was coming down the track. She gets the car refired. Looks like she's going to try to drive it back.
All that blue foam you see on the racetrack there was probably out of the door of the 55. Probably peeled his door open, probably the right side, but looking at the 55, that's the energy absorbent foam that's in the door between the sheet metal and the chassis. The window net's down on the 55. That's always a good sign.
But you see the right side of that car is completely torn off.
And Danica was having a good day today. She was running 12th, had run well all day long. So once again, they don't get the finish they were looking for.
Yeah, Danica was running 12th. The 55 is running 22nd.
Danica on the outside of Newman.
And around she goes. Didn't look like there was contact there, but could have been earlier.
Yeah, I have to believe there was contact the way she turned around quickly. Here comes David Ray. Nowhere to go. He did nothing wrong. Yeah, with a 3 wide. It was
right here, I think, is the best shot. You have the 31 underneath the 10. The 31 just moves up. I didn't know if the 24 get into the 31, but at that view, it seemed clear to me that there was no contact. Jeff was just turning underneath the 31. The 31 got in the corner deep.
Yeah.
Between the 31 and the 10, there was definitely contact. Whether the 31 came up or the 10 was coming down, that's what makes this corner so difficult, Jeff, because what's the line? You can't follow the dotted line. What's the natural line of the cars into the corner?
Yeah, Danica was expecting Ryan Newman to go all the way down to like the left, put the left sides closer to the yellow line. She was protecting that spot, trying to, arc in the corner, and just Ryan Newman thought, hey, you're not coming down that far. So Ryan Newman didn't do that on purpose, but ultimately it looked like Ryan did not give her the room that she was expecting.
Now they've stopped the field on the backstretch. We've gone to a red flag condition. A lot of cleanup is going to have to take place in turns 1 and 2, all the foam that came out of the cars. As a driver, Jeff, when Danica Patrick initially hits the wall and then comes back down the racetrack and the car stops, do you kind of loosen up a little bit and you're not expecting that second hit to happen, are you?
No, I think I always was. I was always, until everybody went by me, I was always expecting to get hit again. It's kind of the fear you have of being sitting in the middle of the racetrack and somebody T-boning you. That's one of the biggest fears the driver has. So, yeah, I think you stay, and your belts are so tight. Really, whether you're relaxed or not really doesn't matter. About the only thing you can do is hold on to the wheel, kind of get your head up against all the head supports so that if you do get hit, your head doesn't move a great deal. But, you know, other than that, the safety system inside the car should do the majority of the work.
Even if there is grip off the bottom of the racetrack, Jeff, I'm telling my driver not to go there yet.
Already the 23 into the wall. That's Jeb Burton. Jeb might not have made contact. It looked as though he was right up against the wall, but Burton brings out the first caution. It was 36.
Something's tore up.
The body doesn't look bad. He was up against the wall when we first shot him. Let's take another look at what happened.
Right in front of Martin Truex Jr. had to go to the tail of the field. Looks like the 23 of Jeff Burton and the 32 of Josh Wise just get into each other, getting into turn one. It ends up, the 23 does a great job not getting into the wall. Really, like you said, very little damage.
So pit road is open. The competition caution, again, is going to come at lap 40. They won't be able to add fuel until that lap 40 competition caution. But
in front of the 4, so you can't just take your time to pit road.
And why is it hard to get on pit road? You have to start lifting about right here if you're going to make pit road. You can't see pit road entries until you get to right here. So
and into the wall, the 23. Jeb Burton. And the 23 in the wall, the caution will come out.
Slow down. Clear all the way down, clear down.
Right front tire is down. We don't know if that happened prior to getting into the wall or after getting into the wall.
It's that part of the run where you would start to see tire failure at this racetrack. Like we talked about earlier, it just punishes the tires. Very difficult, limited practice. You didn't really get a chance to set your cambers and everything exactly like you wanted to, so very hard on the right front tires.
Really a big break for Dale Earnhardt Jr., who was still on the lead lap, and Jamie McMurray, who was the first car scored a lap down. We'll probably get the free pass. Let's look and see what happened with the 23 in Burton. Already up against the wall.
Yeah, it has all the makings of a right front tire. It's hard to say from this angle, though, what got him into the wall. But like Jeff had mentioned, late into a run here, that's when you start to see if you're going to have an issue. Normally you would see it almost to the fuel point. This really hurts is the 15, where he had Clint Boyer on pit road a few laps ago with a potential issue. Ended up being a loose wheel, so he scored 2 laps down. Paul Menard scored 2 laps down. A lot of chase guys who needed good runs today.
Got a fire here. Just pull up here to the stop. Pull up here and let him. Going up to the opening. On up to the opening. On up to the opening. Pull it over. Pull it over.
Bring it to the firemen so they can get out. Put the fire out.
Safety crews are located at the opening, so they want to make sure that they can get to that car quickly.
When the car hits the wall that hard, it rips the brake lines out of it, it rips things off, and it starts to burn. So typically it goes out by itself. Normally it's not a huge deal. We see the firemen out there. Put the fire out. Driver hates that. That is hard to breathe. When all that starts spraying, is hard to breathe.
NASCAR has confirmed that Jamie McMurray will receive the free pass from this caution, the 4th caution of the day. Kevin Harvick up there in 3rd because of the fact that he is the race leader, and caution has come out for the 47. A.J. Allmendinger.
Yeah, Rick, I was watching the 47. He entered turn 3, attempted to come to pit road.
There on pit road.
Just carried too much speed onto the apron and lost control.
So the right front tire might be going down on AJ's car.
We talked about it early in the race. This pit road's very hard to get onto. You cannot see it. You've got to start slowing down before you would if you were normally braking. So you actually have to brake sooner than you would if you were actually driving in the corner normally.
And a huge break for Clint Boyer. He will receive the free pass. This is A.J. Allmendinger trying to get onto pit road, trying to slow it down.
That's a bad feeling. Door side to the oncoming traffic, moving up onto the racetrack. That is not a good feeling.
And Steve, as a crew chief, we have 89 laps to go. You had said earlier, 80 to 85 was our pit window. We're just outside of that. Will someone try to stretch it?
Oh, I think they're all going to have to try to stretch it because I believe this is going to be the last pit stop, assuming we don't have another caution. Right. 4 laps outside the window. We saw last week at New Hampshire how aggressive everybody was. I think this is no different with 89 to go right now.
Just before the last round of pit stops, Matt Kenseth radioed in. You heard him say how loose his race car was. It was a handful, and a big handful for the 34 car, Rick.
Brett Moffitt up against the wall will bring the caution out. This could be big for Dale Earnhardt Jr. If he did have a loose wheel and they did need to attend to it.
I don't see any fluid yet here.
Could be a very, very big break for the 88 team as we look at the damage to the right side of Brett Moffitt's car. Free pass will be Brad Keselowski. Pace car comes onto pit road. Matt Kenseth on the outside. Pole winner, Kyle Busch on the inside. Coming through the quad oval. Crowd on their feet. Green flag in the air. We're underway at Charlotte. Already, 23.
Caution's out behind you. There's debris on the front.
J.J. Yaley, a lot of damage to the left front of that car. Jeff Burton, I'm sorry, is into 23. And the caution comes out right away. Left front of that 23 of Jeff Burton destroyed.
Saw a lot of people checking up in the middle of the pack, about 3/4 of the way through the pack, rather. We started seeing cars check up, and when that happens in front of you, it's hard to see.
I don't know if it's a tire.
So you see Jeb in the back of the pack as they start to check up. Right here, the 26 car, the 34, the 35, they all slowed down in front of you, and it's just hard to see. It's you know, when you're in the back and 4 or 5 rows up, just like if you're on the interstate and something happens 4 or 5 rows in front of you, you can't see it. And sometimes you get into the back of someone, never knew what happened, never had a chance to slow down.
Yeah, I don't see anybody spin their tires to really check up, but for some reason there was a little bit of an accordion effect in the back 6 or 7 rows. And much like you mentioned, Jeff, you know, you just can't wait for everybody to go to accelerate. This isn't like a stoplight where you wait for the car in front of you to go. When they drop the green flag, everyone in the field gets on the gas at the same time. So if someone doesn't start rolling, you have an accident.
Yeah, what a terrible way to start the day. You know, you haven't even completed a lap. You have the left front fender torn off of it. The only way you're going to have a good day at all now is to be able to get in and get that fender fixed.
As well, so they're very good at the restrictor plate racing. You know, Jeff, everybody does not like this round, but Junior does love this round. When you're as dominant as they are at the restrictor plate races, you can see why, right?
And into the wall once again. The 5 of Casey Kane, this time a lot of damage. That will bring the caution out for the 3rd time.
You have to wonder, Rick, he got in the wall earlier. They thought they had a flat right front tire. This here, as hard as this impact is right here, I'm already asking myself, did he have another right front tire problem, perhaps?
Yeah, there was a lot of damage from the first incident. The sheet metal was really torn up on it. It's quite possible they rubbed a hole in the side of the tire.
Very unfortunate for Casey Kane. Incredible success here at this track. You see he had Hendrick ride along that sweepstakes on the hood this week, giving a fan an opportunity to come and experience Hendrick Motorsports. Yeah, he said, I hit hard that time.
You see he's on the bottom of the racetrack. If you fail a tire, that is not where you want to be. You want to be right against the wall when the tire fails. When you blow that right front tire and it heads up to the wall at that angle, that is a big hit. You know, I feel bad for Casey and his team. They just can't seem to catch a break. They just can't. They ran really well early in the year, then things started unraveling, and since then it just hasn't stopped.
So Casey Kane will have to take the 5 into the garage. Extensive damage to the right side. Last on pit road, lap 27.
Racetrack, you really can't tell. Looks like the 88's got a tire down.
Just stay up there, buddy. Slow way down here. Slow way down to stay up there. Slow way down here.
They don't want to tear up the car anymore. But obviously a tire issue. The right front is down, and the caution is out. You heard the voice of TJ Majors. Dale Earnhardt Jr. spotter telling him to stay up there and slow down. Free pass is going to go to Alex Bowman in the 7. That would put 34 cars on the lead lap.
And at this point in the race, it doesn't matter if you go a lap down. You've got to go slow so you don't tear the fender up any more than it's already torn up. You'll have plenty of chances to get your lap back with free passes, all those kind of things. Just make sure this situation is not made any worse.
And on pit road,
We're going to have to lift up on the back.
they're advising them what they'll have to do. Marty?
And you hear Greg Ives on the radio very calmly. Junior has not actually said a word on the radio since that happened. They're going to check the suspension once they get the tires off and make sure the right side is cleared out so they can get good clearance on the new tires. Just right sides only on this stop for Dale Earnhardt Jr. and the 88 team. Then they plan on coming in next time and taking on left side tires. And right now just checking to make sure that the car and the body is just fine on that 88 car. Again, very calm on the radio. No panic right now. Greg Ives guiding the team through, and clearly the right front much more damage than the right rear of the car right now for the 88.
Very close there between Martin Truex Jr. and Jeff Gordon. Gordon up to 12. Smoke rolling out from the 20. A lot of smoke.
Hold your line.
Caution comes out. Matt Kenseth, pole winner earlier, led 72 laps at the beginning of this race. And he has damage to the left rear quarter panel and a lot of smoke.
He caught a huge break. There was so much smoke, and it was such a tire rub. It was coming from both sides of the racetrack. So NASCAR thought he was having a tire problem, when in fact it was a tire rub. Well, he's having an engine problem, rather, but it was a tire rub. So he caught a huge break in some kind of a strange way that the damage was bad enough for NASCAR to throw a caution before he had to pit on the green. But there was a lot of damage. This is something that may hurt the rest of their race for sure.
Yeah, but you're right, Jeff. It's an odd place to be. You see right here, he's pushing hard. He knows he needs to get his track position back. He comes off the corner. That's a pretty hard impact. I would be worried after seeing that. Not just sheet metal, but you have to think about the ball joints, the suspension, any sort of the steering components. That wasn't just a slight contact with the wall. That was some pretty heavy contact.
And the big winner and all that was Earnhardt Jr. He will get that one lap back, but you can see the 20 comes up the racetrack. He does not know Ryan Newman is there. Ryan is not able to lift quick enough to give him room to get in, and it's a big impact.
And there's even a pretty heavy amount of damage on the left front fender of the 31 car. I'd expect to see him on pit road as well, Rick, to repair both of these cars.
So a lot of damage for Matt Kenseth. You mentioned get a lap back. He took the waiver on this, just allows him to come to pit road now. So he will still be a lap down.
Exactly.
Yeah,
so
but he was 2 down.
He was 2 down.
He
so
did
he took
pass.
the waiver around to get to 1 lap down. But now he's back close to being on cycle with the other cars on the track.
You see the right side damage on Junior's car. They're trying to clearance those fenders, put those right side tires on. Greg Ives said as long as the right front looks good, let's head back out on the track, but losing critical time here on pit road.
This was the restart. We'll show you as Earnhardt Jr. trying to get out in front of the 22, not going to be able to do it.
You see him up here 3 wide trying to make time right away, and he just jumps up the racetrack to the right, gets into the wall, and then as you say all the time, Jeff, once you make contact, it's so hard to get off the wall.
Two inside. 2 inside. Still good there. Stay high there. Stay high.
And now
Stay high there.
NASCAR has thrown the caution, saying there still might be some fluid on the track.
And where does this end up? Put the 88 in it. He's now officially 3 laps down to the leader.
This just happened. Sam Hornish Jr. right up against the wall. You're going to check turns 1 and 2 for fluid. There was Speedy Dry up there already.
Back there in the 15th to 20th position, it's so hard to race your way out from underneath there. This is the type of call you need. As we see a car up against the wall right behind him, the 20.
That is Matt Kenseth. Kenseth, serious damage to the right front.
All right, come on.
That one is not going to be repairable on pit road.
Yeah, I'm going to scratch it, guys. Broke whatever it broke there.
Kenseth thought whatever part it was had broke earlier. Apparently it had not until just now.
And I hate to be Jason Ratcliffe in that position. You know you don't want to be out there. You become very good friends with your driver. You understand the speeds they're running. You really want to bring it to the garage and repair it, but he has no choice. He has to keep him out there and keep trying to collect those points. Unfortunately, whatever it was finally failed. Now they'll go to the garage and see if there's any way to repair it.
It goes back to when they had so much damage on the back of the car. They had to put so much emphasis on the back that the front didn't appear to be damaged. But Matt went back out there and he said, hey, we do have something wrong with the front, but they never could see it. But as you know, sometimes it's not obvious what's broken. It's bent, not necessarily broken. You see right here, he's already in the wall. He's already had the failure entering turn 3 and had a big impact. You see how much damage there was in the car. I'd say at this point, with 93 laps to go, with that much damage, I would be surprised if they were able to get this car back out as bad as that right front looks.
Cautions come out. Crash in turn 2. New leader in the 4 of Kevin Harvick, but that is the 26 of J.J. Yaley from Phoenix, Arizona, that has brought out the first caution as he got up into the wall. One of the questions I think a lot of the teams had.
You got a hole right here if you want to come down.
It's
leaking water. It's leaking water.
Is the pressure that these cars put on the right front tire. Going these speeds on this racetrack, we've seen right front tires blow before here at Kansas.
And it's continuous speed. A lot of racetracks we go to, they drop the green flag on a restart, you take off and you are really fast and you slow down. At this racetrack, you really don't slow down. So it's just that continual pressure on the tires.
Take a look up against the wall already. You see the 26 of J.J. Yaley, and he's riding the wall. The day ends quickly for J.J. Yaley.
And got into the wall with him.
Accomplishment. Right now, Jimmy's saying this car is getting free into turn 3. It's a little bit snug through the center, Mike.
Around goes the 14 of Tony Stewart. And the caution will come out. Doesn't look like a lot of damage to the car.
No, just some flat tires. He's going to have to be careful bringing that car back to pit road. Go as slow as he can to not let those tires tear apart and tear some fenders up.
And he's already gone a lap down. The leader went by him throughout that spin. So the key now is just, as you said, don't make this any worse. Do not damage the car. You're already gone a lap down. You probably won't go 2. Just be careful, be smooth, be slow.
Driver error again.
And you heard him say driver error again. Take a look at what happened.
So on the bottom of the racetrack, he's nowhere near that speedy drive we've been talking about. Just gets loose. Car never quite spins all the way around. Or maybe he does. I think it just gets still wide open in the throttle. You can see it get completely sideways, but in today's cars, years ago that car would have spun all the way around, but today's cars, they make so much side force, meaning the air blowing on the side of the car, it's hard to get them to spin all the way around. So no damage to the car, but 4 flat tires.
And guys, A.J. Allmendinger slow on the track. To further complicate that, Steve, they say that the track bar, which in Kyle Busch is going down on the track bar inside the car, it's actually making the car looser, which is the opposite of what it should do.
47 very slow, down on the apron now, or right near the apron, as he's coming through 3 and 4 and will be making his way onto pit road. But this might be why he got so slow.
Try to get around the 6 on the outside, and obviously got around the 6 and just got really tight leaving the corner and got to the wall. Seems like he's mad at Bain, but I'm not sure did Bain do something wrong?
Well, then right here he hits him a couple times on the front stretch. Furtzy gets him loose, tries to get him, but he's not done. He keeps checking up with the bumper. Finally, Bain lifts, lets the 47 go, but
and around goes the 42 of Kyle Larson, and now the caution comes out. So while a couple drivers had a difference of opinion with each other, the 42 of Kyle Larson, who thought he might have a right rear tire going down earlier in this run.
I got a flat though.
Spun around and says he has a flat. Looks like the left front is down on the 42. The right side tires look up. The left front looks like it's flat. He was running 33rd. Things weren't going well for the 42 team.
So he's in the middle of the corner we saw how loose he was, and we showed it the one replay. Well, it was lap after lap after lap he was that loose, and he finally just couldn't hold on to it anymore.
And Jeff, when we talk about drivers and car control, this young man has it. He can drive a loose race car as fast as anybody, but what really you gain with a veteran driver, more than just understanding the races, they understand the weekend. And I think that's an area that Kyle Larson here in only year 2 is going to learn over this year, next year, and the years following is, what do I need on Friday and Saturday to get myself a great car on Sunday? I feel that while he can drive a fast car really fast.
This is the reason for the caution. Austin Dillon, right front tire down and into the wall. Not the homecoming that Clint Boyer wanted. The Emporia, Kansas native, hard into the wall, and he is out of the car and getting into the back of the ambulance. Take a look. He was running 16th.
See, he gets loose right
Sideways,
there.
yeah.
And ends up overcorrecting and hits the wall really hard. Hard impact.
It's right along with Jeff Gordon.
So hard as a driver when you have to turn the wheel back right. If you don't, you're going to spin out. But when you turn the wheel back right and the front tires catch, this is what happens. So you just got to not turn the wheel back to the right as hard. It's very difficult to do. We see really good race car drivers do this, and every tire is different. The left side tires and right side tires are different. When you turn that wheel back to the right, the left side tires sometimes dig. This is a different tire than we ran last week at Charlotte. So every tire behaves a little bit differently. When he got loose, he just got the wheel turned too far back to the right. Hard impact in the wall.
Continue to applaud you drivers. Amazing what you will attempt to do. Clint Boyer did climb out of that car under his own power and walk to the ambulance. And we have to remind people also of the fact that the safer barriers, they've been continuing to add that all the way around tracks. They added 3,200 feet of safer barrier here at Kansas Speedway. As you saw on NASCAR nonstop, Justin Allgaier in the 51 brings out the caution for the 6th time today. Running right up near the wall, back end comes out from behind him and into the wall he goes.
See how loose he gets and ends up getting in the wall. Caution comes out for him, and this sets up an interesting scenario. All these guys can make it from here on fuel. Who pits? You got to remember, if everybody in lead lap pits, that allows Harvick, Truex Jr. to stay out. They're slower cars. Still, aerodynamically, you get a huge hurt by being behind them. So right there, Matt Kenseth, he really lost his entire race car and able to 22 to catch him.
Here comes the 22. He's closed the gap all over the back bumper now as they've caught the slower traffic. And around goes the 20, sideways in front of the 22. Kansas slides, caution comes out. The 22 was all over the back bumper of the 20 as they entered turn 1.
I got slams when I got the first time. Joey spun me out, lifted my tires off the ground.
That all started in turn 4 when Matt caught those lap cars. It wasn't that the lap cars blocked him necessarily, but aerodynamically it pulled all the air off Matt's car. He was the first one to the lap cars, and that allowed Joey to catch him.
We mentioned the lap traffic. You see right here, Matt Kenseth gets tight. He knows the 20's coming, so he tries to block. He goes to the apron. He knows the 22's coming up. He comes up to block him. A big block onto the 22, and the 22 drives in, catches him in the left rear quarter panel, spins the 20 out. Matt Kenseth with a great save to stay off the wall, but the damage to the points and the ultimate win has been done. The 20 will have to come get tires. His chance to win today is over.
And Matt Kenseth had to do everything he could to block him. Just like I said, he's racing for his championship. If he doesn't block Joey Logano gets on the outside of him and gets around him. So you can't blame Matt Kenseth for trying to block.
Hang on right here, bud.
But with that, when you make that decision, and I agree, a must decision, he had no choice, you also put yourself that opportunity. We saw it last week with Carl Edwards and Dale Jr. We see it again with the 20 and the 22. When you drive defensively, you give the guy behind you the opportunity to make that decision. He gets into the 20. Right, wrong, that's racing. These two can disagree about it. They'll have to talk about it after. But as you mentioned, it all started with the 20's defensive moves, which were required in this must-win situation.
He was in position to win. Matt Kenseth Around he goes in 1 and 2. And Kenseth's chances to advance to round 3 may have just gone up in smoke.
And listen, there's no question that Joey Logano could have lifted and cut him some slack, but I'm sure Joey felt like he blocked him, and that's why he did. Mike.
Harvick.
That is huge for Kevin Harvick, who right now is only 11 points in front of the cut line. Pace cars off. One attempt at a green-white checker finish. Joey Logano, race leader. Dale Earnhardt Jr. second. Coming into the NBC Sports restart zone. Spins his tires. Green flag back in the air. Around goes to 48.
Crosses out.
And the caution is out. That will now determine who wins this race. They're saying that's not an attempt. NASCAR's saying not an attempt. On the restart, the 48 around, they're saying, NASCAR's saying it never went green as they were spinning. They hadn't actually gone green yet, so that was not an attempt. It's what we're hearing from NASCAR. Take another look.
So as they enter the zone, the 22 of Logano has trouble getting going, and then everybody behind him just stacked up.
There you see it, and the caution flag waves before they reach the start-finish line. Therefore, the race was never put under green flag condition. So this was not their first attempt.
So look at Jimmy Johnson trying to push Paul Menard. Paul Menard trying to push the 2 Keselowski. Here we come to the restart zone on the bottom of the racetrack. Everybody's starting to bunch up. Everybody wants to push each other. The 78 ended up pushing the 48 so hard he pushes him around, gets him spun out.
And the 4 had already moved to the outside line because he couldn't get up to speed. Can you imagine? And you see the damage to the back of the 42. Kyle Larson.
We talked about this. The restart zone is longer than it's ever been. The 22 decided to go at the second line. Absolutely his prerogative. He's looking for any advantage he can get. But as that momentum, as that energy kind of just gained through the field, it finally got to a point where the chain reaction, somebody got rear tires get lifted off the ground.
We saw Joey Logano. We saw how he all but spun the car out trying to get up through the gears on the last restart.
Here we go. 2 laps to determine who will win the race and who will advance into round 3 in the chase. Coming back into the NBC Sports restart zone. 220 feet. Green flag back in the air. The 4 not going. They wreck behind him. The green flag is out as they cross the start-finish line. Will they throw the caution? Trying to get back up to speed. Caution comes out. Now the question is, who was in front?
Stay in front of them. Stay in front of them.
You heard him say stay in front of them. NASCAR will go back and watch video. They will look at the scoring loops to determine the finishing order.
And they threw the caution because cars made contact. They had heavy contact. They had to get safety to the drivers. That's why they threw the caution. NASCAR wants these races to end under green, but when you have drivers making heavy contact, they're going to throw the caution to roll safety to them.
That was officially an attempt at the green-white checker. 1 try. You see Denny Hamlin not happy at all. Torn ACL in his right leg as he climbs out of the 11. Joey Logano comes to the white and yellow flag.
Came out. I was in the lead. I saw it. 10-4. 10-4.
And Jeff, your explanation was perfect. NASCAR, it's right here in front of them. We're right above NASCAR in the booth. The crash is right in front of us as well. They want to make this race finish under green. They have to wait and see how much damage, whether cars couldn't roll off. And you saw cars on the apron. The 11 was on fire. You saw him get out. They had no choice but to put the caution out.
And what about Kevin Harvick with an engine that's blowing up? Without this without this situation, he may not get in, but this may allow him to get in. He's riding around here, barely making it around the racetrack with an engine that won't run. If they would have stayed green, the cars would have come around to the start-finish line. There's 3 cars sitting on the racetrack. They could not stay green. They had to throw the caution.
NASCAR is going to continue to sort this out. Nothing is official. We will give you the results of who the 8 drivers are that advance as soon as it's made official from NASCAR. Again, what they will use is video of where the cars were when the caution came out, as well as the scoring loops to make sure that everyone gets scored in the right position.
So let's be clear, during the race, all race long, there are scoring loops all the way around the racetrack. To expedite the race, to run it officially, they use those loops to line the cars up. But for the official finishing order of the race, NASCAR goes to video because there's a gap in time between these loops. They want to take it to every frame by frame to give everyone the opportunity for every point available. So it takes time. They're going to have to find the video and everyone in that video at the same time stamp to determine the finishing order and who was in the caution and who was not.
And this is a big call right here because
huge.
Listen, this is Junior either making it or not making it, but it's also most likely Kevin Harvick making it or not making it, as well as Ryan Newman. So who ends up, as they look at the video, this is more than just about who won the race. This is about who is going to transfer into the next round.
And NASCAR explained it to us earlier today. Drivers have to maintain this cautious pace all the way to the checkered flag, which these cars have been able to do. Some haven't. The 11 of Denny Hamlin was not able to continue on. A driver that might not be in the top 8. Now we want to look back at the restart and the crash. Again, NASCAR is going to be looking at this.
The 4 of Kevin Harvick said he had a hard time accelerating. You see there he doesn't go. The 6 goes to the outside, and the 4 catches him in the bumper, spinning the 6. But behind them, there's even more contact.
95, Michael McDowell involved. Numerous cars involved in this one.
So right here we see they're under green flag. NASCAR's looking at the track trying to determine if these cars can drive off. It's very important to see who the leader is when the light comes on.
Caution comes out, and that's how close it is to determine who wins this race.
And not just who wins, it's the entire chase field. The 18, 31, 4, all right on edge. Where will they end up?
NASCAR will take as much time as they need to make sure they get it right. Who was in front? Where was everyone running? From NASCAR, they are telling us that the 22 was in front, and so Joey Logano will sweep round 2. Goes to 17 and into the wall.
You could hear the wheel hop, couldn't you?
Down one coming.
Look at it again.
Yeah, right there. Look at the right rear. Talked about wheel hop. We saw it in practice. The first practice, we saw it last year in this race. We saw it in the spring race.
So just listen here. You heard the engine revving, and you heard the rear tires hopping on and off the racetrack. So look right here at the right rear tire as it comes into view. He's already going to start to spin out, but watch the rear tire. He almost has it saves, and then right here, the rear tire is going to, look at it right there, bouncing, and around it comes.
So Austin Dillon.
This has been an eventful qualifying.
Yeah, already. And the clock once again stops with 9 minutes, 11 seconds to go.
We've only had 17 cars take time. We see right
Same
here the
thing.
3. He's crashed before he ever gets to the corner. You saw the back come around, couldn't turn the wheel, and then, like you said earlier, the back is still hopping as he tries to get on the brakes, and eventually just run out of real estate.
Watch the right rear tire. These cars have sat, and they have no heat in them whatsoever. See the right rear tire? It's rear lockup, and without that heat in the tires and the rotors and the wheels, it just brakes differently, and it's surprising these guys that it has that much rear brake. It's an easy fix. It's just putting front brake to it to take this problem away. But you have no reason to think you need to put front brake to it. You don't want to put front brake to it because at 10,
at some point you had to take a position for somebody that they didn't want to see, to just see the yellow lights on, the cautions on the racetrack.
Cautions out for the 46, Michael Annett. Michael Annett was running 32nd. And around he goes. No contact with that outside wall. Joey Meyer calls it the 11 involved. Denny Hamlin around and bringing out the 4th caution at Martinsville. That was live, by the way.
You see that inside lane stacks up, and
And the chain reaction, it stacks all the way back until the 11 gets into the back of the 43, and you can see behind them, these cars just can't get slowed down. That's why we talk about the fight for the bottom. Well, what happens is at the end of the straightaway, so he has some damage already, and you just see the car just go straight.
8 cars were involved in that incident that took place with Denny Hamlin, Danica Patrick.
On the curb in 3 and 4, it may not be moving. All right, it's moving. Track will be clear around the corner.
Trying to get down into turn 3. Looks like he's 3 wide, and the 98 gets forced down over the curb and really just comes up into the side of the 9 car. Nothing.
Right either.
Greg Biffle went around coming out of turn 2. That brings the caution out once again. And Biffle had help, or Biffle helped someone. There were 2 cars back there. Biffle was
The 38 just got behind her and just pushed her into the corner. She was trying to get in, and he just wasn't having any of it and pushed her right into the wall.
4. And around goes the 18 of Kyle Busch. The 3 as well with Austin Dillon. The caution will come out.
Well, when we saw the 3 stay out on old time, he just gets loose and comes up the track chasing it. He doesn't mean to get into the 3. He's sliding up the racetrack out of control, and the chain reaction got caught.
Let's see if there is water.
Down.
It almost looked like he got into the curb. The way the stick. Clint Boyer, hard contact with the back of that car into the wall. He was running 16th, and you see all the damage to the back end of the 15.
42, the 42 is trying to protect. And as he gets into the left rear of the 42 goes up to the racetrack, gets into the left rear of the 15. Clint Boyer probably had no idea he had this.
Okay, I know it's a fight to the bottom, but at the same time, you have to use, you have to give a little bit. You have to say, all right, I don't have this spot right now. It's okay to lift.
And just as Brad Keselowski went by the 4, the caution comes out for Greg Biffle. Well, this is Biffle around again on his own.
That looks almost identical to the first time he spun.
And he was quite a ways away from the curb that time.
Talk to the and Biffle is around again, Rick.
Biffle around again. And that's a very similar sight that we have seen today.
Why he was underneath the 46 of Michael Annett.
Yeah, the 10
Danica Patrick around in turn 4.
Yeah, the pace had picked up though, hadn't it, Rick? Last time was getting quicker.
They were running in a tough situation for Danica Patrick as she comes down, and the 38 stops right in front of her.
Yeah, Danica.
And now they're not going to stop. It's not over.
Danica's upset at Gilliland from early in the race. Remember the
38 running the 10 all the way up the track, and then Danica into the wall.
Track.
Chases the 38 up the racetrack, and then around she goes.
Wasn't able to do it. Needed to make that move much earlier.
Caution in turn 4 for the 23. Jeb Burton around.
Now these cars aren't going to pit, so
he ate a little bit and tries to get slowed down, and Sam Hornish is coming. They make contact.
Jeb. Still there.
Around goes the 20.
Keep coming, shove through it.
Kenseth around, out in front of the field. Turn 2, there's the initial contact.
Look at the 41. It's a big hit.
Where the 41 hits, that inside wall, that's actually a new safer barrier there. And Kenseth cleared by Logano. Maybe no. Kenseth takes him out. Logano into the wall. Caution comes out and the crowd roars. Coming off of the crew members of the 20. Joe Logano stuck in the.
Intentionally wrecked him, and like what happened the week before was more than 2 weeks before was more than it should.
Matt Kenseth already not having the day that he wanted to have.
Still down there. Still down there. Still down there.
Dark, and the caution has come out. David Reagan in the 55 around in turn 2. Austin Dillon on the inside of that 55. Contact made and around he went.
Once again, somebody trying to block, getting in the corner.
Sam Hornish Jr. stopped on the track. We will have a restart.
Now you come get tires. There's 31 laps of these tires. Last year we saw the leaders pit late. The 88, the 24 came and got
Junior as points go.
And you see Dale Earnhardt Jr. with that momentum off the top of the rail.
Oh, around goes 22 of Logano. Logano around, bringing out the first caution. Logano running fourth, and a left rear tire is down. Shredded it, and also the inner liner on that 22. Already in a hole from Martinsville, and the hole might be getting deeper.
This could be serious right here. See, the quarter panel has a lot of damage, but there's also more damage inside the car, it looks like.
Yeah, we see that blue foam coming out. That's going to be important because NASCAR requires these race cars to have that energy-absorbent foam between the sheet metal and the chassis, Marty. It's going to be interesting to see if there's still enough there for NASCAR.
And you hear Todd Gordon guiding him to pit road, telling the team left sides only right now. And I can tell you, Joey said nothing on the radio about a tire problem, any issues with the car. In fact, about 3 laps ago, he said the balance is neutral, maybe, if anything, just a little bit free. And this was a concern for all the race teams today as to whether or not tire wear would be excessive, because this is a green racetrack, and obviously a lot of damage to that left side. The left side window in the rear is blown out of the car. The left side fender completely destroyed for that 22 car. They're going to go down a lap and work on the car here for Joey Logano. Huge implications in the chase. Already, as we mentioned a moment ago, bottom of the chase grid. Now they're going to have to fight out of the hole here at Texas as well.
There's a lot of damage on the car. You see the quarter winner knocked out of it. They have a lot of work to do. You see the left rear tire. It's blown out in turn 3. It's nothing he can do. All he tried to do was get the car slowed up to avoid hitting something any harder than he did. But just the tire itself coming apart did that much damage. He didn't hit anything, just the tire exploded. Let's listen.
Something's going on here. Get ready, guys. Flat tire, get ready. Spinning out. Caution is out.
And you hear how violent that tire is. And, you know, Marty mentioned tire wear. Well, being the left rear tire, he either needs to have run over something, or perhaps that tire rubbed something on the race car. It would just shock me that there would be that much wear on the left side. We see high wear on the right side of these race cars, but the left side tires are usually very, very strong. They don't wear very quickly. That perhaps is a rub. We've seen that before.
And is going to hurt them and likely put them in a position as we go to Phoenix where they're going to have to win if they want to make it to the championship round for a second year in a row. So these repairs taking quite a while. Joey Logano still in the car, and caution on the track, Rick.
Yeah, slow for the 21 of Ryan Blaney. Looks like the right front has an issue. And so Ryan Blaney and the 21 bringing out the second caution. This is around the time when NASCAR was going to have a competition caution, but you see the right front wheel. Normally you would put camber in the right front. This is excessive, and the tire off. Way up against the wall goes Ryan Blaney.
Yeah, I have a feeling. Looked like this was earlier. I think this was actually earlier when he got in the wall. You know, Steve talked about it, and then a little while later, you see Ryan Blaney's this is from earlier. So he's out of the groove. Gets in the wall. That's pretty hard contact.
Yeah, that was the initial contact. That is hard contact. And then as you saw what we replayed, looks like perhaps finally the right front tire lost air. He got up into the wall in 1 and 2. But it was that contact off turn 4 that definitely was the big damage for the 21 car.
They came off of pit road. This is what took place for Dale Earnhardt Jr. The tires stayed up. He made it to pit road.
Just a little bit hard, Rick. Very happy though, Mike.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. saying the car's been very tight, needs to be freed up here a little bit. You can see the wedge wrench going in on the right side in that rear window as they make a 4-tire change to the 88. A crash on the track, Rick.
32 of Joey Gase bringing out the caution, and a few cars on pit road.
I don't know what the hell happened there.
Will they be trapped a lap down? Kyle Busch and the 18 team already on pit road before pit road is closed. Pit road is closed when the caution comes out, but if you're already on pit road and doing service, you definitely make sure to continue your service.
It all depends. Here, right here, it's the 78, don't speed. It's a little bit confusing, Rick, but the rule is very simple. When you're on pit road and the change of flag on the racetrack happens, it goes to caution. You then race the leader to either the start-finish line if you are pitted before the start-finish line, which here at Phoenix are very few pit stalls. or to pit out, which is all the way down in turn 1. So it's 2 separate timing lines for each of pit road. That takes NASCAR time to go through it. It's a little confusing, but what an untimely caution for some of our chase cars.
Garage.
Hard left turn for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And let's look back at what took place.
See Ricky Stenhouse on the inside of him. They just make contact getting into turn 3. Heavy contact for both cars.
Hard into the outside wall for both drivers. See all the right side damage to the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. They immediately took that car back into the garage. The 88 is involved. The 15 as well.
This 88 was one of the team.
Almirola in the 43, the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr. also on pit road.
It's a multi-car wreck. This is also a great example of not giving up track position. If you get in the back,
tries to get to the outside of Ty Dillon, you see the 15 come up actually and get into Ty Dillon. That causes the 15 to go around. He catches the 88 in the left rear quarter panel. Really, the first replay, I thought it was the 88 that
already. 46 laps have been completed, and that was violent.
Side of Ty Dillon. Hey, say hi. Hold the brakes. Hold the brakes.
One more time around. Kyle Busch missed the first 11 races of the season with a broken leg and a broken foot after an accident at Daytona.
It's by 20.
Down the backstretch. His closest competitor, just a dot in the rearview mirror. Through 3 and 4. No one has battled through as much pain and had as much perseverance as 30-year-old Kyle Busch. Tonight he earns his first Cup title. Kyle Busch, the 2015 NASCAR Sprint Cup champion.